Okay, we're going to call to order this special meeting of the Truckee-Tahoe Airport Board. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Greg, you want to lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, can we do roll call, please?
President Diamond.
Here.
Director Horvath.
Here.
Director Hetherington. Here. Director Odette. Here. Director Rolfe. Here.
All right, great. Do we have any special orders of business for this meeting? No specials. Do we have any modifications of the agenda?
Here.
Mary, you have one?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, well, now we'll open the public comment period. If you have a comment on any item that is not on our agenda, then feel free to step up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. All right, seeing no public comment, we'll close the public comment period, and we will move on with the discussion of a potential new policy instruction for strategic community alignment programs. Rob says he's pulling up right now, but Jeff, is that something, could you intro that for us?
Rob, I see him right now about to walk through the door. He had a personal matter come up, which is why he's just a few minutes late.
Okay. All right, here it
He's
is.
walking through the door.
Give him another minute. All right, Rob is here. So Rob, we just introduced we went through the first part. We've just introduced tab number 1, the Strategic Community Alignment Programs. Did you want to overview that?
Yes, thank you. Sorry for my late arrival. So on here is the draft from our last workshop, number 1, with some red line revised edit from both staff and legal that represents the feedback we had in the first workshop with changes to this. I think some of the highlights in there include ensuring that we had a section as it was in the previous policy 311 that included exceptions for individuals we would not consider for this program, which is towards the end of the document. There was some additional small edits throughout the document. I didn't have in here, one of the feedback was during our budget workshop, the 5-year pro forma was talking about setting aside roughly 30% of our tax revenue for programs in this category. I didn't find a good place to put that text in here. I thought maybe it would be more appropriate in a different policy or a different discussion when we talk about annual budget processes. And that 30% was based on 20% of tax revenue plus the in-kind giving, which was made up the 30% total. So I'll leave it there unless there's questions or comments about the edits based on the previous workshop.
Board questions? Teresa?
Well, last time I wasn't here, but I sent an email in and we talked about it with some points that I wanted included, and I know we talked about them, and none of them were included in the edit, so I wanted to know why. And we can get into them in discussion, but that's the only question I have.
I'm not aware, I don't recall what your recommendations were and as part of the meeting minutes. Yeah.
And we did talk about it as a group. I think I was in the desert. It was things like invitation only, but it's just a question why it wasn't included. We can still debate it.
During the last workshop, we did talk about invitation only, and my understanding based on the meeting minutes and the review of the last meeting was that the inclusion of invitation only was still supported by the board of directors. So it remained in there.
Yeah, well, I'll take that back when you're done with it. That was my only question.
Okay, Kat, anything for you?
My recollection was that it wasn't included, that we talked about Sorry. My recollection was that we had a lot of concerns about invitation only and
Absolutely.
the transparency behind that. So I
And
don't
a
know.
number of other things.
Yeah.
But I don't,
that,
I mean,
but I just I don't recall what conclusion we came to. But I thought we had decided not to do it. That's just my recollection.
and again, this is just why wasn't it included in this edit? That's the sum of my question.
I'm good on questions.
Mary?
I went through and compared this 311 to this proposed to the one that's still on the books. And on the books, we still have improvements to district assets or property, and we've completely lost that. Was that intentional on the board's part? Where it reads, there is currently, and this is in 2022, no, this is Board of Directors in partnership with other public agencies may choose to fund improvements or enhancement to district assets, which is any interest in real property or equipment that the district owns in full or in partnership through written agreements with other public agencies. The district reserves the right to fund improvements or enhancements to these district assets or interests to assure the continued viability, upkeep, and/or public benefit of those district assets and interests. So that's what's in 311 now. And is it the board consensus that we don't have something like that anymore? Because it was something that, well,
Well, that's
this is part of.
that's not included in our red line.
It's not included in the red line. And, this was in place from 2015 through 2023. And was that intentional? And as a board, I think there's value in that.
Well, I'm saving mine for discussion. It was just questions.
This is a question, was
Yeah.
it lost? What's the thinking to not have it in there anymore?
So the red line you have now is a reflection of red lines from the last workshop, not a red line from policy instruction 311. So the edits that we have were based on our previous discussion in the last workshop. So again, the red line you have here is policy instruction XXXX, and it's a red line from our last workshop discussion. So if those concepts weren't captured and identified as viable in the last workshop, they did not carry forward from a previous policy.
Okay, because I don't, let's see, I guess I could pull up our last IXX from our last one.
And I think part of the guidance that we had from the board was that you wanted a completely new policy and not just rewrite 311. And so
Right.
that was our previous workshop's attempt to draft a new policy. So everything that was in 311 was not included
I
in the new
agree.
policy.
I mean, I can see the value in going forward.
Yeah.
I just also, that to me is a valuable piece that somehow got lost, that I would like to somehow still address. But that's discussion, not question. Another question is, under, just because, I do comparisons, capital campaigns are not really captured in the new XX. Is that on, again, I was just curious that I didn't see the reference that our mood was, last dollar, medium dollar, matching dollar, something like that. Or did I miss it?
I think the concept I took away from the previous workshop and discussions was that this policy, new policy instruction be focused on the strategic plan directives around strategic initiatives in order to shape and guide those for implementation. And capital campaigns specifically was not part of that discussion in our red line edits.
Okay. Then the one other thing was all the information on Fly Safe. We had the shoulder hours. And is that captured in another policy? Because it's not in this new XXX.
I'd defer to our Director of Aviation if you recall that part of it.
We still have shoulder hours. We have publications on it. It's on the website. Our community engagement, Larry and Riley reach out to people regularly. So we still have the shoulder hour. I think that it's related to the question. I think the Fly Quiet program, I don't know how much we want specifics in here as opposed to a high level. Because right now there's a hybrid of our fly safe and our fly quiet in here, as opposed to if you want this a higher level strategic document, we can do that, and then we can have, whether it's an SPI or an SOP, we can have more detailed information just so we don't clutter up the document. To your specific question, we absolutely have shoulder hour protocols documented.
But there's no reference to it via
In here,
No.
there may not be.
Right, this document was focused on how do you shape policy to direct the funding of strategic initiatives and prioritize those strategic initiatives. Since there's no funding for fly quiet shoulder hour processes, because we're not allowed to do that by FAA, that was removed from the document.
And in terms of, you have two sections 4s in it. That's just a typo, because you've combined at the front end, fly quiet and fly safe, but then you've given them two separate sections. So that's just a typo thing. Figure out how you want to approach that. And then in an old version of fly quiet, there was an aspect of violation, 9 months, that if you were a participant in getting the hangar discount, that you would then not be able to get the discount for 9 months if you were in the quiet hours, but not with a waiver from GM. I'm wondering why that was removed.
So again, FAA does not allow us to fund any fly quiet programs. That was per the FAA land use inspection this past year,
So we
2 years ago.
So we can't remove that incentive?
There's no incentive, so there's nothing to remove. right?
Okay.
Right.
And the last one was in terms of STEAM, in section 3, you've taken, two comments, and this was STEAM, you've made it now STEM, taking out the arts. And the more I hear about arts and storytelling is how people learn and remember things. And what was the idea of taking out the arts component?
I was trying to, happy to follow the board's guidance on whether or not you want the A or not. Trying to follow the guidance that was in the strategic plan on the same term and follow the concept of the CTE, continuous education, and the aviation STEM aspect of what's in the strategic plan. There's very little in the art and the A aspect there. So if there's something specific that we want to identify for major strategic initiative funding in our strategic plan and tie that to policy, I think it's great. But right now, those two don't align that way. I think that it'd be appropriate if we had a policy. But again, we're talking about taking our discretionary tax income and developing a policy to prioritize the selection of programs for the spending of that money. If the board would like arts to be in there and prioritize that, we don't have any problem with that. I'm just trying to follow what you already have provided guidance on to be consistent across our multiple documents.
And then the last question is, section 3 starts with aviation STEM or STEAM, either way. And in our last discussion, we went round and round, was it just and this was your question as well. Oh, actually, I have one more after this. It was more like it was focused on STEAM, not aviation STEAM. And I'm trying to remember, because the last time we talked about this, I didn't write down when that last workshop was.
I think it was a year ago. Well, no, 2 years ago.
So we're all having to tickle our memories in terms of when that was. Oh yeah, because your comments came in July 23rd, 24. So it is about a year ago that we were having that workshop.
2 years.
2 years ago. In terms of, do you all remember if it was?
I think we talked about taking aviation out. because
We did
didn't want
talk
to be
about it. You
exclusive.
and I were in that room, and I don't remember where
Right.
the other people were. Yeah, that's what she said, and that's what I was thinking as well. But I don't remember what we talked about 2 years ago, if we agreed with that aviation should come out of it, or if it should stay in it. So that was a question. And then the last one was by invitation only. of, you know, that when we go out, it's by invitation. And we, again, talked about that 2 years ago, and I can't remember what was decided. So those are my questions.
Okay. Greg has a question now.
This is help me get up to speed just on our process. If we're adding in economic impact as a community alignment program, is that getting added to this document? Do we need to add it to the strategic plan first? How much of that is it the board's understanding that that is or is not part of what we're discussing today? I'm just trying to get clarity around the task.
In my opinion, the strategic plan is global, and this is direction for staff policy, like how they interpret it. So I don't care which one comes first. It's kind of up to us. If we
Okay.
want to give the staff direction on economic impact being one of the bullet points of the things we're interested in funding.
Okay, but it's your understanding that we're
Maybe. We'll talk about it when we get to
Okay.
discuss.
fair enough. Okay. That's satisfies.
Okay. No more board questions? Do we have any public comment on this item before we go into deliberation?
Board members, staff, I wholeheartedly support your efforts to run an efficient airport so that more of the $10+ million in tax revenue is put to broader community benefit. I also support the recent substantial investments in wildfire mitigation in the library. I can understand the district's desire to narrow the range of projects that qualify for funding. Wildfire mitigation is broadly considered a community priority and is easy to put a lot of cash to productive use with less overhead management. Makes sense. You could probably invest $10 million in tax revenue if you could, or if you had it for 10 years, and that work would never be done. You'd need to keep going back and retreating it every 10 years. So this is not saying that I don't value this or I support it, but I also understand that you can't satisfy all the community needs and can't manage types of programs. Still, as I read this document, and granted I was not able to attend the last workshop, so I'm behind on what the conversation led to this, I worry about how far this policy document swings from the broader community support that many in our community have valued over the years. While allocating public funds is always controversial, the airport has been extremely successful in catalyzing good projects, from open space acquisition to helping 3 nonprofits establish what I hope will be a permanent home in the warehouses. I'm a bit surprised, as I think maybe one board member, that the A for art and STEAM is being cut in the same sentence as high level of benefit and value to all district constituents. I would say unless you value art, I'm not an artist in the classic form, but I do believe that it's the highest form of hope, and hope sustains a community and engagement in civic life. I think if you just look to our neighbor down the hill, down the river in Reno, and you can see what art has done for that community, I would hope that you would consider keeping that for any number of reasons. If I was an airport director, particularly one who is run on community benefit platform, I'd want a document that outlines some key priorities, but also leaves some openings. I would just highlight something from the strategic plan: operate a fiscally responsible airport district and contribute measurable community, environmental, and economic benefits to the region. I would say that this document on some level is a bit light on all 3 of those things: measurable community, environmental, and economic benefits. I'd love to see flexibility to support regional economic vitality, specifically economic diversification due to climate change, innovation, open space, sustainable transportation, and trails connecting the airport to our community assets. I appreciate your consideration. And it must have been less than 3 minutes. Thank you.
4 seconds left. Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and open up board discussion. Who would like to start?
I mean,
We'll go with Teresa.
no one else wants to. Not that I prefer being first. I actually prefer being last, but that never happens. All right, well,
Do you want to hold on last? We can start elsewhere.
if you
Yeah.
guys go, you might solve all my problems.
Yeah. Anybody over here want to start?
Oh, yeah.
Mary,
I brought up those things of just going through it in this order of partnership, this is common definitions, partnership with nonprofits is directly connected to the district's strategic initiatives. That's where it says strategic initiatives, and I found that same quote, in terms of what we have in our strategic plan of community benefit. And so I think that's something that is addressed and would like that considered. I appreciate including state and federal agencies in the wildfire mitigation. That was a good improvement. Then the aviation, the section 3, aviation, science, STEAM, and arts. I mean, that's an easy one right now for us as a discussion point. How do we feel about only being aviation, STEAM? And is it aviation STEM, aviation STEAM, or just STEAM or STEM? It's section 3. There's 4 choices there.
Just to pause for just 1 second, just to remind the board that because we're in a workshop format, if people want to discuss without waiting turns, I think that's fine for this format.
We're not making
Whoa.
decisions.
Yeah, we're
Well,
just,
we kind of are.
it's, yeah, but it's, but
I
it-
mean, let's start with her point.
yeah. So
I would say-
I would add to that, just for clarification, maybe from legal counsel on this, because I think it might apply to a lot of the things that have been discussed and mentioned in public comment so far. We have some obligation toward serving the public purpose of the airfield. Can we get a primer on what, for everyone in attendance, those guardrails?
Sure. So because we're a special district, we can only use funds that serve a public purpose of the airport. And the reason for that is actually the California Constitution. It says public agencies cannot make a gift of public funds, which you may have heard in other contexts. California, what qualifies as a public purpose really depends on what the agency does. And so something like the town or the county, which kind of can do almost anything, their public purpose is incredibly broad and they could spend money on almost any project. By contrast, special districts like us, we're limited to what we exist for and the service that we provide the community as an airport. So for it to be a permissible use of funds, it needs to either be something that's identified in our enabling statute, which is generally operating an airport, although there is some economic development language in there related to within the airport, or other authorized by other statutes. Now you'll remember that we have taken a broad view of what's a public purpose of the airport to provide this board with flexibility in making these sort of expenditures, and I think the wildfire is a good example. Firefighting is not operating an airport, but we've taken a more holistic view of wildfire and its impact on the airport and the community to draw that connection. And you'll see some language that was added that we've added to motions in the past to sort of draw that connection. So to answer your question, Director Diamond, if whatever we want to add to this as a strategic plan or a strategic priority, we still need to draw a connection back to it serving a public purpose of the airport. And if I ever think that we're kind of getting outside the guardrails there, or if I have recommendations on how to better do that, I will jump in. But that's the big legal restriction on the use of funds.
Thank you. So piggybacking on the arts thing, and I'm certainly biased in favor of arts. I guess the question I would have would be, was art removed because we found no tie-in between those guardrails and art projects? Or was it, that would be what I would wonder about. Like, is there an art aspect of aviation that maybe
right
the
behind
design
you.
of a
It's everywhere.
It's up here.
Yeah, I see it right there.
the day we got the prop, the wall clock, I found a prop for my airplane after months of searching and couldn't find it. That is a good luck charm.
There you go.
It's a but in all seriousness, like I mean, one could say aircraft design would be an artistic endeavor. So I think if we find other examples of that, I'm not sure that there's a reason to take the A out. If we can at least come up with a few examples that would be artistic pursuits that were in alignment with our public purpose.
Without getting lost in a valuable but maybe not necessary philosophical conversation around it, I think my quick sense temperature is that we're all okay with keeping the art in there. My understanding of what I heard Rob say earlier was that the strategic plan as it's currently written doesn't really have language to arts specifically, in this document being guided by the strategic plan. You removed it to be consistent, not because there was separate direction.
Correct.
So we just need to clarify this.
Correct. Look for workshop clarification.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to answer Mary's question.
One.
Art in, aviation only out. Aviation STEAM. I don't like the word aviation. I think it's too narrow. But I could live with it if everyone else disagrees. But art in. So I don't know, that was number 3 in your choice?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at, is that, leaving arts in. So now we're down to 2 choices of aviation, science, aviation, STEAM, programs and facilities, or science, STEAM, programs and facilities. That's kind of the next choice.
I'm good
given
with
what-
STEAM.
Broad.
I think aviation, it could either be really narrow or really, really broad, so.
Or
You
lawyer
can
will
use
keep
it
us
either
under
way.
the
I
gutter.
mean, there's so many components to aviation that I don't see the point of having it because it can be used in several ways.
I guess I admit I'm not super concerned about it, right? In the sense that the area where we're going to have opportunities to do programs that are compelling are organically going to be generally aviation related.
You just told us it had to be. So it's sort of a given.
Yeah, so I do think that we could either take out aviation or leave aviation in, and we can meet the public purpose requirement. Either way, it's a board discretion.
Yeah. I think it gives us a little bit more leeway for things like funding to the library.
Well, there is an aviation component to it because they are going to have an
They
education.
have airline
component.
books.
For sure, but still
Yeah.
just gives us some flexibility if we're satisfying our legal requirements.
But I do think if we want to add art back in, we do need to add some explanation of how art satisfies the public purpose of the airport. So if that's the board direction, the next version you see, we'll add some draft language for your review.
Okay.
For arts. And removing aviation is what I'm hearing, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's fine. I think, going back to what Josh had just said.
We'll have oversight. We're going to have oversight.
Every decision we make will go through those guardrails. So and then as Kat was saying, the term aviation could mean a lot of different things. And when we're talking about aircraft design or engine design or whatever, there is an artistic component to the invention of anything. So
A story.
Yeah, I like what Mary said about the storytelling piece of it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in agreement. We'd like to keep the E, or the A in the STEAM, and we'd like to lose the restriction of aviation. And then from legal counsel perspective, do you see any concern with either of those? So with the justification of that?
I don't, subject to the additional discussion that we just had.
Perfect.
So the next one was by invitation only. And I kind of get that from a staff perspective because it could open a door to a lot of things, but it also, I can be swayed on this either way. I just want to bring it up to the board and say, what are your thoughts, by invitation only or not?
My objection to it is, whether accurate or not, we all like to think that we're not swayed by our people that come to us personally. I don't want the perception to be, we invited these people to come because they're friends of mine, or I like their grand idea, or I don't want the perception to be someone has to invite you. And what are the guidelines to become invited? That's a whole nother level of how come I wasn't invited. So I don't like invitation only. It's way too narrow. We have all sorts of other qualifiers that kick a lot of people out.
I supported it last time, and my recollection was that the board did support it because the concept being that we would decide, like for example, wildfire was a great example of that. We decided to do something about that particular thing, and then we invited the agencies to participate in that. And without the invitation only, we're back to where we were before about people coming, that led us to the TTCF partnership, where people were just coming from whatever angle to suggest that we fund something, and then we had to then go through the vetting process of why this would get funded and that would not get funded, and that's what we were trying to get away from with the TTCF partnership because of the issues that we had had with that. That was my recollection of why we accepted invitation only.
I'm still against it.
I recall being on the fence because I can see
Both sides.
both sides. Maybe it's the language that I object to. I think it's more like you were saying. If the board decides to, in addition to or instead of funding the wildfire mitigation, and we come up with a different broad objective that we would like to explore, say it's, I don't know, healthcare. I mean, it wouldn't be, but just for example, we want to fund, specific clinics in impoverished areas. And then open that up, not invitation only, but just, what organizations are doing this, how can we fund you? Like you were saying, start with the project first, and then find out who is really poised to do that project. So you don't have 1 million people coming in and suddenly changing their mission, like, well, we could do that, but because that's how it happens. It starts narrow and then it gets broad, and then all of a sudden every nonprofit is suddenly a healthcare expert, or, just as the example.
And that might be part of the concern about, like, even if you narrow to, we have a wildfire focus as an example of that, we go to specific agencies and try to put something together, and if there's not that restriction on it, then we have any number of different agent or organizations, probably all doing great work, coming and saying what we're doing is wildfire related, so we'd like you to consider giving us money for this, and then we're basically what you were just saying there, where it becomes virtually infinite in terms of what people.
Yeah, and
weave
I
into
feel,
that.
honestly, I feel more comfortable working, like the wildfire thing, I really like, because we're working with agencies.
Right.
And we're not working with nonprofits, we're working with other agencies who also rely on public funding. And so there's, this sort of, this thread that we're all kind of being funded the same way. It's all public dollars, and it's a lot more defensible to me than if, we're picking and choosing a nonprofit, not that they aren't worthy of funding, but maybe not from our public funds
So
necessarily.
maybe we put the word agencies in as a qualifier, as opposed to invitation only. And back to what you just said, we probably, if this was our constitution and not just a guidance, we would not have invited the library to come ask us for money. Wouldn't have happened. So there's
Right.
that. And then also in this last round of wildfire, I think it was last year, we had a little bit of money left over, and someone outside of our invitation came in and asked for a specific project because they heard through the grapevine that we had extra money. If I'm getting that right, but something like that
Elk
occurred.
Meadows or something like that.
And they weren't part of our invitation.
Right, and
So I
the
don't wanna
library
be-
is a good example because they aren't they part of a JPA now? So they do, they're
I'm
with
good
the
with
town
agency.
and with the,
1000% good with
So I
agency.
think we need to be,
But
a little
invitation
bit
is-
broader on who we work with, and allow something like the library, because they're working with Nevada County and the town.
I'm good with those kind of guardrails, but the invitation only is like anyone in the public could walk out of this meeting and say, oh, I wasn't invited. They don't like me. I just,
Right. No, I get it, but I
but I agree
I
with you
do
on the
have more
public agency.
comfort with the agency guideline than with,
Okay.
How would you phrase that exactly?
It's a qualifier. you know,
Just to be an applicant needing to be an agency,
a public agency.
needing to be a public agency.
Which is kind of set up in strategic initiative under common definitions.
But, you know.
Funds
that's
set
what the
aside to
airshow-
partner with another public agency or taxing agency, city, county, blah, blah, where a specific defined airport benefit to mutual direct airport. And it's a strategic initiative. It's already defined out in there. I see both sides of this.
So one of the previous difficulties the board identified in the previous process that we undertook under 311 was working with a separate organization, TTCF, to vet applications. And those applications for agency partnership needed to be a partner with the agency. And applications we got were 2 or 3-fold available funding. But yet they all met the broad definition of the requirement, which created an annual difficulty with trying to select those that are very well-crafted applications for funds. We have 2 other processes that we go through to help identify prioritization, what group would be the invitation only. And that's their strategic plan, identifying what the broad multi-year objectives are. To me, this kind of money in a broad multi-year approach, we can have the most impact. And then we have an annual budget process where we can get more specific about what projects for next year that fit within strategic guidelines of broad economic or development impact for the community have been identified. And so those are 2, just one, the past way we did it, and 2, the 2 processes we do have in place now to identify what the board's priorities are.
So, given that, it could be like the solar field, doing that would be a
Right, that's identified in the strategic
multi-agency.
plan as
Or
priority.
a kid zone thing that's coming up, or the multi-use aviation
Zone public?
facility. Huh?
Is Kids Zone a public agency, or would they be
Those are
excluded?
public agency, well, kid zone,
Kids Zone's a private nonprofit, so they are not specifically identified in the strategic plan. So that would be one that's not clearly identified in the strategic plan. Can you fit it under the STEAM category? Probably. And then it would be part of an annual budget process conversation. Like, we like to identify, go work with this organization as our priority for next year. And so we'd go and do that, like wildfire. Or the library.
Given that aspect under this policy, I guess, and thinking of the big things, because we want to get away from the little things. Given it from the big things, that comes to our responsibility during the budget process to say, these are the careabouts, go look at them. So we're defining the invitation.
Right.
What do you think of that idea?
I'm not comfortable with the language, but I'm fully comfortable with the concept. By invitation only, I don't like it.
Yes, if the board would identify the priorities in the strategic plan or the budget process, may be the language to use
Sure.
then. Yeah.
I love that,
Yeah.
or something along those lines. But
Yeah.
those words are repeated
So
at
you
least
can-
twice in here, by invitation only, which.
Yeah, well, the second part of that sentence is potential district funding will be identified as part of the annual district budget process. So that's the sentence that defines the potential projects. So that's the phrasing. Okay.
By invitation only is out, just trying to move us along.
Well, yeah, I think I would not feel comfortable killing it unless we know what the other parameters are. Because if using the example that we just talked about a little bit, we can define an area of focus that could be touched upon by 500 different organizations who feel like they're qualified to come and do that. The agency thing feels comfortable to me because then we're really just transferring public money from one public agency to another public agency. We're not expending it, we're just moving it. And so when I think of this, I think like if we had there's 2 things that I'm hearing that could be guardrails. One is that we're only going to do transfers to public agencies in terms of
Or
this
nonprofits.
investments. And the second being that it has to follow the guardrails of serving the public purpose of the airport. and that that naturally limits the playing field because we don't have an unlimited number of recipients on this?
I mean, previously, we talked about wanting to make a significant impact, like there was a minimum dollar amount. Remember that? I think it was like
Oh, but
500,000
yeah,
or something.
less than 5,000, greater than 5,000.
No, it was
Yeah,
a
we
big
got rid of
number,
that.
like we didn't want a nickel and dime, we wanted big projects, like
Yeah.
the fire, like 500 grand or
Yeah.
something that other smaller agencies or organizations couldn't do. You know, rather than give everybody a little bit, let's 2 million to the library or whatever. So I don't know where that's written or captured in here, but I know we talked about it and we're in agreement about it. So I mean, we can go, this is what, 6 pages, this document? I don't know. It's not very many, but how finite do we want to get? Or are we going with broader strokes? Because one of the things that I'm going to get to, although Mary's already solved one of my problems, is, you know, the final paragraph that said this is not an exclusive or all-inclusive list. Anybody can come at any time if they can get some on the agenda, like the library did. It's not all or nothing, you know what I mean? It's a board decision, period.
Well, what's interesting is that, you know, it's like, you know, the wildfire section 2 is half a page, STEAM is a quarter page, and Fly Safe and Fly Quiet are 3.5 pages. So it's kind of that aspect of also dollars, you know, it's kind of trying to set it up
Right.
through here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not to go off on a tangent, but because this keeps getting brought up, and one of my points was I would like the whole definition of fly quiet or fly safe removed from this policy and
That's on my list.
put it in its own document, because I think it's kind of out of scope for
Totally agree.
this. But
Oh, it's like its own policy.
Yeah.
And Fly Safe and Fly
yeah,
Quiet.
because
both.
if operationally, if you want to make any changes to that program, I don't think it should mean that we have to open up this policy again.
that's a good point.
Just to make an operational change in
Okay.
that.
See, solved another one of my problems, David, thanks. Scratch that.
So that would, so getting back to this in as far as the scope,
Well,
I'm
okay,
hearing 3 people say the agency,
it's already in here. 1D3, partner with other agencies. You know what I mean? We have some pretty good give back, define budget allocation, high impact strategic, you know,
right,
and partner with other agencies.
It's not a requirement.
It's not
Yeah,
a requirement.
it's not a requirement, it's just a,
But you were talking about guardrails?
Yeah.
That's a guardrail. I do think being in line with the district's mission, also a good guardrail.
right. Which is kind of the overriding,
And not less than $500,000 or whatever number that is, you know?
So that's an outstanding item for us, is to figure out
I know, we
if
talked
we
about
want
it.
to do that, what that threshold is.
I'm not
I don't
sure
feel
about
strongly
that.
about it. It's not
The-
on my list.
I think if we've got the alignment with mission guardrail, which is kind of our overarching for everything we do, and we've got the agency thing, I wouldn't necessarily want to put a minimum on it because of the situation actually that Teresa mentioned where we had a fire mitigation plan all ready to go and then realized one of the participants we couldn't fund because of policy. And that if we have something that's left over that's under that threshold, that maybe
Fair.
we do find some use for it other than,
I was thinking simply of applicants, not necessarily
yeah.
what we do with the money.
Do you think, would it encourage an applicant to artificially inflate the cost of a project just to meet that threshold?
Definitely.
Okay, then no. But I don't want to do 50 grand either. How about 100? You know, we don't want to be 10 grand for nets at the soccer field.
But it's part of
that's
our
not a public
budget
agency.
process.
Well, yeah, it is, Parks and Rec.
But as far as a tie-in with our serving the public purpose, I think those two, that nets at the soccer field would be filtered out.
Fair?
Well, as we're seeing with the whole document in the last paragraph, these are guidelines, not requirements. So if we make a $50,000 or $100,000 or $250,000 recommended threshold, we are not committed to only accepting projects that meet that threshold.
I don't think there should be a dollar number in here anywhere.
I'm fine with that too. I just
I'm with
remember us
Mary
talking
on that.
about it. I wanted to make a bigger impact. That was one of the things
Yeah.
But that comes back to the board, right? I mean,
right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But it does also dovetail with your goal of like not getting
Spammed.
overburdened and spammed with a really long list of very small projects. Like a recommended threshold would
Yeah, that's true
would
too.
self-serve as a filter. And if someone has an extremely compelling project for $18,000, like worse, we can still review it. But it does help. It just
Takes time.
yeah.
Takes staff time out of board
Yeah,
time.
I like the language in there, recommended.
What do you mean, recommended threshold?
When we have a recommended threshold, it gives us guidance and future boards guidance. It doesn't, it's not a cutoff, it's just a recommendation. Referring to the fact that we want to make bigger impact. And we're
Not bury the staff.
We're not, exactly, not bury the staff, and we're not asking for, I mean, you know, there aren't a whole lot of nonprofits who can use $250,000. I mean, they're not set up to do that. So, you know, so we don't have like, you know,
Okay.
AYSO coming to us and, sorry, the Girl Scout, I mean, you know, just the smaller nonprofits coming to us and asking
So do we have,
if they're put off by that, or they're, you know, they can't spend that kind of money.
so do we have consensus then? We've got the guardrails, we limit to public agencies, and we recommended a threshold of 250,000?
Works for me.
I like that.
Sure.
And Greg?
I thought we had concern with public agencies, or we
Well,
have. We
I
feel
don't-
like we have enough flexibility. That, again, just recommendations.
I don't want to,
I'm good with the public agency thing.
it's certainly easier, but I wouldn't want to exclude anyone necessarily. What have we funded? Well, that wasn't a public agent. Search and rescue? Who was on the board when we bought them a new snowcat? I know you were.
No, I wasn't. I had been.
Am I the only one?
I think
I
you
have,
were.
I'm the gap year person?
I was
Yeah, they
sat in the
just-
audience because I was running, but I,
Yeah, they came in and asked in one meeting, and, you know, we looked at Kevin and said, do we have the money? And he said yes, and so we decided to do it. But my point is, are they a public agency?
No.
So that would not
they
make
were,
the
they were a
cut.
nonprofit. So that's the example of funding for nonprofits that really is not in here. We're talking other agencies, but not nonprofits. And for example, Boys and Girls Club is a nonprofit. It's
That's
not a
right.
public agency, and we give them $100,000 a year and a contract for 3 years or 5
Yeah,
years.
I've never been comfortable with the golf course, as we all know. It's like I don't know what you call it.
It's our property.
Yeah, I understand that. But us giving tax dollars to another public agency so that they can make more money doesn't feel right to me either. You know what I mean? I don't know how to balance that, and I also don't want to exclude Boys and Girls Club or other larger agencies that have needs. Pet
Well, the other
Network.
example
Boys
was,
and Girls Club is a fee for service
Yeah.
though, isn't that right, Josh? That doesn't really come under gift of public funds.
yeah.
That particular situation, yes.
Oh, it does come under,
No, I'm sorry, you're correct. It's a fee for service in that
Yeah.
case. They're operating a program in exchange for their funding.
right, so it's not covered by
But
311.
what if it did? Because the library needed money for a building. What if the Boys and Girls Club wants to build one out in Glenshire for trucking? They don't have one, right? They're sharing it the,
Right, so
So-
then they wouldn't be eligible for this, the way it's written.
well,
That's-
I'd
They're
like them to
eligible
be.
for us well, so that's your pet project though?
No,
We're
it's not.
kind of
I'm
getting
not,
a-
it's not my pet project. I'm saying an organization like that. I
Right.
have no kids at the Boys and Girls Club currently. It's not my pet project. It's
I
more,
understand.
do we allow, what's the building in Incline, the nonprofit building?
Oh, it was the Parasol, but it
Parasol,
went
okay, so,
down.
you know, some,
It went down.
but do we allow someone,
No, not for Parasol, but that was the idea of what these other entities have become out here.
Humane Society, I mean, non-agency people.
Yeah.
Right, but we can't be the funder for all of these non-agency people. I mean, look at Kidzone found an angel investor, and that's how they broke ground.
I love that.
I mean, there's a lot of funding out there. So I think the question is, who do we want to be? Do we want to be available for everyone to come to us? Or
Well, I mean, I think,
do we want to narrow it to agencies, which sure gives Josh a lot less heartburn because it's public funds moving from side to side, as long as it fits our public purpose.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as we add this is not an inclusive, all-inclusive, or exclusive list, we can do whatever, and you put whatever, you know.
And I apologize, I need to clarify my comments on Boys and Girls Club. I think that actually falls under section 3 of your policy. That's STEAM funding.
Yeah, well, no, but it's given to them through 317. It's under-
No, I understand
Yeah.
how historically it's been captured. I'm saying prospectively with the new rubric you're function, that would fall under section 3. That's how that would be characterized. It's not a fee for service.
Right, so I think what we're talking about, Josh, is that if in section 1 where we've got section 1D3, partner with other agencies, I think the question was, we're looking at the top of the funnel at this point in time. It has to align with public purpose. That's the checkbox. And the second checkbox is, and this is what we're discussing, it has to be a public agency. So the Boys and Girls Club from 317 would not be applicable to this because it's a different fee for service thing.
Right, it's a nonprofit.
But the other nonprofit, the search and rescue vehicle would have fallen under this, or money to the Kid Zone would fall under this, or money to Rocker Memorial Square, whatever. That would all fall under this. And that would all be excluded
Meaning
if we said,
yeah.
if we said agencies only. So that I'm just trying to get us.
And Roundhouse,
What's that?
and Roundhouse.
They're a tenant, so we're not giving.
Yeah, but they're getting the community benefit of a rent discount,
Well, yeah, and that's
which is a,
Separate
yeah,
issue.
that's a separate thing.
so that gets categorized differently because it's not actually a handout of cash, it's a reduction of revenue,
Foregone revenue.
foregone
That's
revenue.
the word.
Yeah.
Like the golf course.
Okay.
Or
I
the,
mean, I don't love the agency thing. But
You did
as
a
long as we
moment
have the
ago.
off-ramp. Well, I like it from the perspective of, like, we don't have to grind through everyone,
Yeah.
but I also remembered the golf course.
but we could talk about the Tahoe City PUD heliport,
Well, at least it's a heliport.
yeah.
Well, the golf course is an emergency landing option.
Right, and I'm all
That
for all of
prevented
that.
51 homes at the end of the runway.
I'm all for
Okay.
those things. But wait, one last thing I want to say on this topic. When Rick was here for what, 2 terms, 3 terms, whatever he was, and his pet project was housing. And so if he was sitting in your chair right now, we would have these paragraphs about how we're going to do affordable housing. It would have made the cut. So I don't know how broad or narrow we want to go, and it depends on who's sitting here. Are we trying to make this a one-and-done guidance for future boards? Because
We've struggled with it for a long time.
since I've been here, since you know, it will look different with different boards, so I just wanted to make that point, depending on who's sitting here. And if I did have kids at Boys and Girls Club, I probably would argue a little stronger for that, you know? And Rick's thing he ran on was housing, so I just wanted to make that point. We got wildfire.
Yeah.
So if we leave it just like STEAM, I know it's broad. Let another board deal with changing it from wildfire to housing. I mean,
Or,
I mean, I would argue that what we're looking at now, which I think is a good thing, is we're looking to put into policy the absence of bias
yes,
on a director's perspective. That we're looking for just that
Yeah, but
scaffolding.
future boards are gonna have the authority to change this document just as fast as we're changing it right now.
so fast.
Yeah. So.
We're going to be seeing 311 into eternity.
Yeah, and I personally, I would argue that the reason we keep seeing 311 is over and over again is because we keep biasing it. We keep putting stuff in that we realize is not sustainable and not maybe fair or maybe not what we should be doing. And that's why
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I think there are a lot
disagree
of
with what you're saying.
external issues that just unforeseen consequences, really.
Right, which is why, I mean, I would argue that we get into the scaffolding of this.
Yeah.
You know, put those, we've got the guardrails about public purpose. If we had agreement or on the agency thing, and then if we have agreement about a funding level, and then we say, and here are our areas of focus as a board: steam and wildfire and pilot safety, whatever.
No,
in the
I thought
abstract.
we were pulling out pilot safety into a different
Yeah.
Okay,
policy.
but
Yeah.
let's
yes.
argue that point when we get to that point. But like just that scaffolding of like that filter to get down to our areas of interest, whether they're A, B, and C, or whether there's.
Well, that's good. I mean, and so what I hear you saying is, what are the big projects? Are they with agency or nonprofits? And SEAM.
I think we need to go back to Greg's point about the discounts for the nonprofits, because we have no policy on that. And that should be, I believe, in 311. Does that seem like, or should it be its own separate policy? I mean, we're not prepared to discuss it.
Yeah, I would love for that to be its own standalone policy.
I would agree because I
very
think
specific, right?
it's related to
Yeah.
tenants.
Agreed.
And
I think that's
a
fine.
different.
And obviously, we can't talk about it. It's not on the agenda today, but I do think, and we're not prepared because we have no staff recommendation.
Right, broadly, it's on the agenda, I would say.
But broadly it is, yeah. So I think that's something
2 new policies.
for another workshop.
Fly safe and nonprofit subsidy or whatever you
Fly
like.
safe and, yeah, because we need to have some,
Okay.
we need to have some policy about it.
Well, do we have agreement on those first levels? The public purpose of the airfield, which is kind of out of our hands, the public agencies, and 250K.
No, we
No.
don't. We don't have agreement on that.
Do we have consensus on it? Otherwise, we're going to be here all day.
I would prefer the language about agencies to be, a priority will be given to agencies versus an exclusive list. You can only be an agency. Because I think nonprofits should be in there.
How about I propose this? Let's not have a policy and just make it up as we go. Because I feel like every time we put in the soft language, that's what we're doing. And I think that's where we got stumbled on 311, because it's so softly defined that we stumble on it all the time.
I'll counter that suggestion with having a pricing threshold and a guardrail of being in line with the airport's mission. Because I personally just wonder, like, I don't care if a organization is a public agency, a for-profit or nonprofit, if they can make the impact with the initiative that we're trying to make an impact on better than anyone else, then that's who I want to fund. I want to see our dollars make the maximum impact. I don't really care what the corporate structure is behind it or the governance structure behind it.
Do you care about the legalities of that?
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
So giving money to a for-profit entity because they're doing good stuff.
If we find a for-profit entity that's able to do fire mitigation work better and more efficiently than any other,
We
Well,
do.
as a contractor, that's a fee for service. That is not a gift. So
Well, I
if
mean,
somebody is
Justin
out there as a
does that.
public, as a for-profit entity doing contract work, they're being hired to do the work. It's not a gift of public funds. But what we're talking about here is a different policy.
I hear you.
So that's why I feel like we do have to have the guardrails, because we're not talking about contractors here.
So like, just how about an exclusion? No for-profits will be funded. Ever.
And that's currently in their draft. Yeah.
Where is that in the draft?
There, and the red lines are in the bottom of the
So yeah, David, I
exceptions for who we will not work with.
For-profit programs.
agree with you there. It
For-profits
just
is
sounds like it's
listed in
a
there.
slightly different back-end mechanics, but yeah, we just wouldn't structure it in that problematic way for those reasons. But so
with
would we
Greg.
do public agencies and nonprofits? And we already have language protecting us from the legal risk there of doing it wrong,
Okay, so let's say, let's say we say public agencies to nonprofits, and we've removed invitation only. What have we done? We now have the 50 people at the podium from nonprofits asking for money. So what I'm
But if you
what I'm
have a
getting at,
minimum dollar amount, that's a different.
then
That's
they're
a-
going to ask for $250,000 to do their thing instead of the 120 that it might actually require.
So I hear you loud and clear, and I know like you all have the historical context, that lived experience that I don't have of being overrun with too many organizations. So is that the literal concern of like there's going to be 50 people making public comment asking for money?
The concern is not the ones you fund, it's the ones you don't fund.
Sure.
And having to justify why you got money and you didn't get money.
Yeah.
That's a difficult thing. That was a difficult thing for the community
That's why we
foundation.
hired TTCF.
Yeah.
And they did not like doing that because
Yeah.
it put them in a very difficult situation.
It's a big lift. I get that.
Because
Yeah.
then you're really in this mode of interpreting whether or not somebody is more valuable than somebody else, or you put together the rubric of all of that, and we're back to exactly where we were with agency partnership when we canned that and went to the big ticket items because we felt that it was cleaner and made more sense. And what concerns me now is I feel like we're moving back to that because we want maybe to fund specific things that don't fall under this filter.
What about leaving in by invitation only, but listing besides agency, nonprofits?
Listing nonprofits and agency?
Yeah, that it's an acceptable entity by invitation only. That puts some sort of a filter at the front end. Because then as the board, we're clear to staff who we want them to invite.
Yeah, we're trying to manage time and resources here, both the board's direction, so we can manage staff's time and resources to pursue these opportunities, and so the people out in the general community know what the priority of the board is. So what we're talking about is the Airport Community Foundation, right? And we spent a lot of time talking about the Airport Community Foundation. And what I might recommend, if we can't, land on, broad guidance for this, is that maybe we need to bring in the nonprofit or community foundation experts in for a workshop and advise the board about the opportunities across this region, about where big dollar items could be focused to make the biggest benefit. Because we're not experts in any of this. There's a couple of experts sitting around here on boards on nonprofits, but we're really kind of guessing in the dark about what's the best area to make a strategic impact. We've guided it with a strategic plan with some thought process around that. But without the broader business nonprofit community to make recommendations about how we make the biggest impact across this region over the next, we'll say 2 years at a time, 3 years at a time, and stay focused on that to make that impact, then I think we're just opening ourselves up to just endless good ideas, which there's a lot of them.
So you're recommending that we shelf this until we have somebody else guide us on this?
I think if we are staying true to what strategic plan says, and what the premise behind this is make big impact, strategic difference for this community, non-airfield, then what are those priorities? We focused on wildfire for 3 years now, and I believe have made a significant impact. It is an endless project, right? So are there other ones like that? I don't know that we're the experts to make that recommendation. We all have our ideas and opinions, but perhaps there could be a whole meeting where we invite the experts in and have them present cases of where a multi-year impact of airport dollars into this community of North Lake Tahoe Truckee will make the best difference. Maybe it's homeless. Maybe it's, who knows? I don't know. I'm not the expert. I don't think any of us are the expert on that. But I think if we bring some experts in to advise the board, it would help you narrow your focus so that we can narrow our collective efforts to make that impact.
My thought on it was I wouldn't mind the guidance once we built the scaffolding. But I'm not sure that we bring somebody in here and then to help with that, maybe they come in and say, well, it should all go to homelessness. And it's like, well, we can't because of our tie-in. Like we know we have some parameters.
Right.
And what I'm thinking is just as a board, as a district, that this policy just be define the scaffolding through which you can make decisions about areas of influence. because you've got legal guardrails, because people have an understanding of like, this has to happen and this has to happen, and underneath all that, we can have conversations about what happens. But at the top level, unless the rest of the board feels differently. I mean, if you'd like to shelf this,
No.
and I would not like to shelf this, I would like us to come to a decision on this.
What do you say to the idea of coming up with a separate policy of fly safe, fly quiet? And this then has wildfire and steam, and this, at this point then, but in the general outline at the beginning, it would also include nonprofits and leave for it by invitation only. So you
But-
come back to us
right.
with two policies with those changes, and we see if we can buy into that as our scaffolding.
Yeah, if that's the consensus of the board, absolutely. And I'm happy with taking the invitation only language out. I understand the sensitivity to that and using the other language we talked about, which was our priority areas are these.
Yes.
Although we will consider other concepts as they make sense and align with our mission and strategic priorities.
I mean, because some of those,
I would support putting the nonprofit language in if we keep invitation only in. If we take invitation only out, I would not want to keep nonprofit in, because I think
I'm
that
okay with
opens,
that.
I think that's the floodgate for a lot of work.
I think that, just practically speaking, we've committed 2 million next year to the library. And when we do our budget this fall, maybe we'll have a discussion, the other 2 million that we have earmarked for fire, do we want to do something else? I don't know that we've come up with anything yet. So just assuming that we decide that's 4 million kind of earmarked for next year, then next August budget, because then we won't have committed, we would have paid out the 2 million for the library. Maybe that's when we bring in somebody, maybe from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, or, who comes in and says, here's the greatest need. I don't think it needs to be done right now. But I do agree with David about the scaffolding and just making sure, because, let's face it, we're all out in the community. We have people, we all know people from nonprofits, lots of them, and they're, I field a lot of questions, what kind of money can we get from the airport? What kind of funding is available? And I like to help people with that, but I also don't want to raise expectations. So I think having these guardrails, it makes all of us more educated and able to say, we won't be funding that, and here's why, and have a really good reason for saying that. And don't spread it around, don't raise expectations, or if you see something that really fits into exactly what we want to do, then we can go for that. But if it's a nonprofit, then it is by invitation. Right? I mean, I like that if we're going to do nonprofits, we should have some kind of language in there.
yeah. 'Cause-
You agree with us?
Yeah, I can see where this becomes two policies: leave by invitation, include nonprofits, come back with those next two drafts. It is a scaffolding. I don't know if we have a minimum dollar. I kind of don't know that should be there. But that, to me, is getting towards clarity of what we're trying to do, because in the end, it's the board direction to staff to go out into the community. And your point about next year having the Tahoe Prosperity, who could have a preliminary talk with Josh before they come to us to tell us greatest need.
That's a good idea.
Well, that's a nice idea. We can't do it.
What do you think?
I'm good with that compromise. I think we're all trying to do the same thing of like not overburden staff and ourselves with work that is not in line with our core mission, as well as just generally removing as much bias from this as possible, and removing invitation only language serves to support that, and just generally polishing. So like,
Wait, you're supporting removing invitation only?
no, I'm just like, we're going back and forth on a lot of like subtle mechanics and subtle language. I'm good with the suggested adding nonprofits, keeping invitation only, as a working solution for now.
How about
I don't-
maximum
I think it's pretty
impact?
imperfect.
Do you feel like that's important as well?
Max, a dollar figure?
Well, I don't, not even necessarily a dollar figure. I think I like Greg's idea of recommended. But I think we need to tell our story that we're more interested in having big impact than we are into
Yeah.
lots and lots of little smaller impacts.
So if we have invitation only, do we need the financial threshold?
No,
Because at that point, we're kind of
No.
defining that ourselves, right?
Okay.
yeah, through our budget process.
So the guardrails at the top, which is the public purpose of the airfield, public agencies or nonprofits by invitation only.
I'm not voting for that. I'm still stuck on invitation only. I prefer different language.
Okay.
I don't disagree with the concept.
Okay.
And I'm not the wordsmith to write it.
So,
We can have suggested language for invitation only and a similar language to that for you all
I
to
mean,
consider.
Okay.
Maybe one thing, like,
As
can we not
identified.
put
Yes, that I like.
an initiative, like initiatives forward? It's like, this is the initiative. It is available for almost like bidding.
What did you just say, Kat? Because I liked it.
I said as identified by TTAD.
Yeah.
What is identified?
In
Instead
place
of-
of invitation only.
As identified by us, which is basically an invitation.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a different.
and the only other thing
Priorities as
is,
identified by TTAD.
the only other thing is capital campaign. It's not really addressed in here, and should there be a statement about, in a capital campaign, we're last dollar, or is that not necessary to put in here?
That's probably our prerogative, right?
That's up for us to decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would.
No, I have
yeah.
some bullet points that are just housekeeping. Should be super
Yeah.
quick. Section 1,
But, I'm sorry, just
Go
one more
ahead.
pause. But we just agreed on something. Can you read back to us what your interpretation of what we agreed on?
I'm going to play that video and watch it once I edit this thing like last time. So it's my understanding right now, what you told me is remove aviation from the STEAM. STEAM stays as STEAM, not STEM. There's no financial threshold in this. We provide guidance up front about large strategic impact that align with TTAD initiatives. We are going to include nonprofits in there. We currently have language for not for profit. And then we're going to separate out the Fly Safe program into a different policy.
and the tenant, the
That'll be
revenue.
separate.
I think we need to discuss that, whether that's in this policy
Oh.
or in a separate policy.
Right.
I would suggest separate policy, right? For existing ones, we've already made commitments to. We
Yeah.
want to reinforce and focus on those commitments so they're successful for the long term. I think it's a different policy.
I think it is.
And it's our next agenda item.
It is. If we could take a break though. If that sounds all right. Any other items I missed on that readback?
No, other than I have a couple housekeeping things.
Oh, and the housekeeping ones,
Just
yes.
housekeeping.
Yeah.
So section 1, after 1D, 1D1, 1D2, there, when you get into the verbiage, you took out Truckee Tahoe Airport District and just said the district, but you don't define the district until the common definition. So I feel like,
Good catch. That should be up front. That's good housekeeping.
okay.
Thank you.
Then, under common definitions, agency partnership, a joint agreement between district and other public agencies, blah, blah, blah. County, I think it should be counties, because we're a multi-county
Yes, agreed.
agency. Constituent, talks about everyone except pilots, users of the airport, residents, property owners, community members, voters.
So constituents I would include as user of the airport would be constituents also. Are you talking about calling out aviation-specific terminology in there?
Well,
You want-
I would say that a pilot is a constituent.
Yeah, okay, just as a definition, right, okay.
Just a definition, I mean,
Yep.
I'm not hell-bent on
Sounds
it.
good.
Let's see. That might... Oh, and then towards the end, in the blue, eligibility criteria, just going to throw this out there. You guys can totally overrule, but number 2 says, religious organizations are not excluded. I'm not personally super comfortable with that. I think they should be excluded.
So this is language carryover from the previous policy, which was part of the discussion last time, is that we're missing some of this from the last draft. So I literally pulled the exact language back over.
Yeah, not hell-bent on
This
it.
was,
Yeah.
I think, the exemption for the
Chaplains.
chaplains,
Yes.
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 Because they were,
Chaplaincy, yes.
the chaplaincy is on site immediately.
Yeah.
And they're,
Again, not hell-bent on it. I just
Okay.
wanted to point it out.
Yep.
And the law's changed in this in recent years, just precluding religious organizations just because they're religious organizations is likely unconstitutional. We need to stick to the additional qualifier there that the funding is related to a religious purpose.
Okay,
great.
that's it.
And
See,
any,
which is why I went last.
any housekeeping from any, I've got a few items. Anybody else have a few items?
I'm good.
Okay, for me, section 3, at the very end of that, aviation steam projects will be reviewed by the director of aviation. We took that out, and I remember that conversation, but probably to be consistent with the rest of it, we put in that it's who is going to be doing this. If it's a board thing, we should put the board, because we have that in the other section.
Yeah, I could say per the existing policy with the allocation of funds and the budget process.
Perfect. And I just had the fly safe, pull that out, and then I had some details on the fly safe thing, but if we're in agreement about pulling that out, we don't need to get into those. Also with the fly quiet. On the eligibility criteria at the end, I just recommended that at number 2 also, that no funding will be awarded to any organization to promote religious purposes. Just take out any religion, church, creed, or sectarian, just no organization to promote religious purposes. Is that legally sound?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. And then at number 4, we have for-profit programs are not eligible for funding. Just a recommendation that we clarify that for-profit interests include not just programs, but also organizations,
Private?
companies, whatever.
Private, not eligible?
Yeah, just, so it's not just a program thing, that it's actually the entire for-profit thing. That was it for me. We're good? All right. Short break. Let's do, starting again at 2:30? Item number 2, policy 507. Rob, do you want to kick that off?
I will. The board, in our last regular board meeting, asked to add this to the workshop agenda. We have not prepared any materials for this other than just putting the existing policy instruction 507 on the agenda for board discussion and guidance, whether it's revision to the existing policy or, as we just finished talking about, developing out of a new policy. This policy is really directed towards if we had vacant space at the airport, principally in the warehouse facility that we have, and we want to fill it with a new nonprofit. This establishes some criteria for selection of that nonprofit, and basically it outlines, how big the organization is, if it's kid-focused or not, whether or not it's a viable nonprofit, does it require additional subsidy? Basically, the policy talks through those guidelines and develops some concepts about what types of nonprofits would be appropriate to bring in as a new entity into the warehouse spaces. This isn't the issue at hand for us right now. The issue at hand for our existing nonprofits in our warehouse spaces is that our existing leases are beginning to expire from many years ago. And those initial leases were set at rates that do not meet our current approach as directed by the FAA of charging market rate rents for non-aviation spaces. Of course, with Josh's previous guidance, we do have some flexibility and opportunity to focus on what we'd like to do for this particular space in the way of setting policy and setting rents. So I can have, pending board comments, I can have Jeff talk about our recent appraisal that we did for a rent study for the warehouse facilities to show you what those rents look like compared to what's currently being paid. And then we can discuss where you'd like to go, either with the new policy, revisions of this one. I think, again, our concern is not that there's a new nonprofit trying to move into the warehouse, is that we have existing entities that have leases that are expiring and the new market rates are significantly higher than their existing rates. So, okay, turn to Jeff to talk about current rates in the study, just to inform the conversation.
Lauren, can you put the slide up? Thanks. Orient you some data and kind of roughly approximate size of the warehouse building. So I'll start with just kind of the diagram. So Roundhouse, Sierra Community House, Tahoe Food Hub, Mountain Home Center. It has 2 spaces, so I could just call that Mountain Home Center 2, and Design Bar. And down the left are square footage, current rate, the appraisal rate we just got, the percent discount, the total annual rent, the annual rent delta from market, and kind of the status of the lease. So Roundhouse had expanded last year and this year. Their new square footage is 5,780. Their current rate is 62 cents a square foot. The appraisals across the board were between $1.30, $1.35, and $1.40. Now it's based on the type of spaces. Some of them are a little bit more finished than others. The Food Hub, our district provided refrigerators. Sierra Community House, they provided the refrigerators. That's why you see some of the slight differences in pricing. And the $1.30 on the 2 large spaces is just based on square footage. So you can see the appraisals there, the percent discount, really the center of the conversation, as Rob highlighted. So Roundhouse right now is getting about a 54% discount off appraised market rent. Sierra Community House is 59%, Tahoe Food Hub is 61%. And at the bottom, if all these entities were paying full market, you can see the price, they're below market. Design Bar is a little bit, they're about 10% under market. Mountain Home Center is 8%. Just point out, whenever we do CPI increases over years, there's a delta in the glide slope of what happens in this crazy micro market of North Tahoe Truckee. In the Western region, whether you use A or B, it doesn't work. So whenever we do a rent study, unless the economy crashes, we're always going to be behind rent during a rent study. So I think being 8 and 10% below rent between Design Bar and Mountain Home Center is not that much. So these are kind of the big price deltas. The status of the lease, we did a 1-year extension on Roundhouse because they were going through their renovations right now. Their lease expires end of April, so 1st of May. We're actively discussing with them, have been for a number of months. Sierra Community House, we've just begun discussions. Their lease goes till July 2030, but they're doing a kind of a 5-year strategic plan visioning piece, and they want to start having that conversation now. Food Hub is May 29. Design Bar, Mountain Home Center are both month to month, and they both inquired about exercising lease options. We asked them to wait until we had the appraisals. So I'm confident that we'll have one or both of them in leases here sometime later this summer. So the question related to the last conversation is, depending on how we word it, those are large rent discounts. Those are the annual deltas. It's about $130,000 across the 3 nonprofits and the warehouse. How do we as an entity address that? Because right now we don't really have policy, and per the FAA on non-aviation use, we're supposed to charge fair market rent, not compete with downtown, and to be as self-sustaining as possible as an airport. So I'll hand it back over to Rob and Director Diamond.
Okay, so board questions. Kat, you want to start?
I don't have any questions.
A question. Oh,
Go ahead.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, go for it.
I know we're in a workshop, so I can talk whenever I want, but still. Based on our last discussion, we're kind of trying to narrow to agency type things. I assume these are all nonprofits? Is that true?
No.
No?
Design Bar, Mountain Homes.
Design Bar is a for-profit. They do renovations in homes, and Mountain Home Centers does outdoor patio furniture sales.
So
The other 3 are pure nonprofits, not related to public agencies.
not related.
No.
So this is a absence of revenue discussion versus a top line discussion, correct? Foregone revenue?
Correct. Continuing what type of policy, since the policy doesn't exist right now, other than the existing rental agreements, should we pursue? Right,
Okay.
for foregone revenue.
So I guess my question is for Josh, really, like foregone revenue, does this fall under, how do these tie into aviation? Do we have the same threshold?
Yeah, so we need Steve to confirm, but my recollection is he has advised that the delta is something that needs to get backfilled potentially with property tax. Given the small delta on the 2 on the right, probably some wiggle room there. On the other ones, yeah.
We have the same threshold.
From an accounting perspective, we would need to book the value, the lost value, foregone revenue value.
That I understand.
I misunderstood your
question.
question. So the FAA doesn't distinguish between nonprofit and for-profit tenants for that requirement.
My question isn't really FAA guideline, it is legal guideline. Do we have to establish?
So legally, under California law, we have discretion. So as Rob kind of alluded to at the beginning of his comments, under California law, we're not subject to the same requirements.
We are not.
We're not.
Okay, that was my question.
As long as, we make a determination that it serves a public purpose to the airport to provide a subsidy or reduce rent, that's legal
Okay.
under California law.
That's it, question-wise.
If it's okay with you two, I'm going to ask a question next, because I'm wondering if it might frame things differently. Given what we just discussed on the whole concept of a scaffolding and hierarchy and all that, we're talking about one of our facilities, and there's 3 nonprofits in this one facility, and we have other facilities where we have nonprofits as well. Instead of making this a discussion about the warehouse, would it be prudent for us to have a discussion about policy on rent reduction for nonprofits across the board, and then subdivisions of that being for each facility? Because I realize like the Clear Capital building is exponentially nicer than the warehouse building, which is exponentially nicer than the EAA building, which is a building, and then Soar Truckee doesn't have a building. So they're all very different circumstances. But I'm wondering about is this a good top of the heap in terms of defining policy, or maybe the question would be, if so, why should we do that on a a facility basis rather than a higher level policy basis?
I think we could do it either way. I think practically the two other existing nonprofits that operate on the airfield that are aviation related, one operates under a multi-year lease agreement for land that includes a facility on the land, and they are paying market rates for that facility, for aviation facilities, and that's a solar truckie operation. We worked that out about 2 years ago and have been moving forward with we believe, a reasonable lease approach based on market rates for that aviation space, including facility. The EAA facility at the end of our hangar row by the tower is a facility that we have designated, with the FAA designated, they would like removed as a facility. So I think long-term, that would be a facility that actually needs to go away. It needs to be removed. So that leaves us the 2 or 3 other facilities that we have, one building, this building. We've designated this room as an area to be used for nonprofits for free in a separate policy for a rents and fee schedule. That leaves us our warehouse building and our airport office building as the 2 really facilities that one has an established set relationship for discounts for the activities there, and the other one does not. So we could approach it either way. Just trying to define the playing field here for what my concern is going forward.
But we do have some instances where or maybe we don't anymore, where some nonprofits are using storage here.
We do have a storage facility, yes, thank you, the shipping containers. We've established a market rate for those shipping containers and are charging those.
Okay. That's just my question. We can talk about it in deliberation. Yeah, go ahead.
EAA, the building they want gone, or the EAA they want gone?
The facility, right, it's a visual obstruction in the.
Got it. That was it.
And for a piece of history on that, we are one of the few airports that has actually built an EAA building for the EAA. It is typically not paid for by an airport. It is a fundraiser and developed by that entity. And that's just a historical piece, so that, is it our responsibility to provide them a building?
Right.
Because it's not typical for that to be done.
Do you have any questions?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at that, and just for fun, you go, well, that's about 150,000 below market on the 3 nonprofits. A year is give or take, okay. Because that is that net benefit, and that's something we all can talk about. But I was looking at other business leases on field, like Hangar 1 is paying 74 cents a square foot, and I'm wondering how that was decided.
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Okay, because that seems significantly low for Hangar 1.
None of us were here, but
It
you
was
were.
over 4 years ago by a previous board.
Okay,
It has an existing lease, though.
and
we're operating under.
when is that lease coming up on Sierra Aero?
I believe they exercised their option a number of years ago, and so they have at least another 5 years, I would say, somewhere in that nature. We'll
It's just
look
so-
it up, though.
Yeah, it's shockingly low if that's 74 cents a square foot per month.
Let me just correct, there's a difference between land side and hangar side.
Right.
And the big delta is on the airfield side, you don't take the land into account, because the way the FAA looks at it, most airport authorities across the United States, the land was never, quote, purchased. So when the appraisers look at the price of a hangar, you remove the price of the land, and the appraiser's only looking at the vertical structure and use, not value of land.
Okay.
On the land side, non-aviation side, it's how all of us typically approach real estate. So
And-
that's why the hangar, the airfield prices are always significantly lower, not just here, everywhere.
Okay, and I assume then that's why CareFlight is paying 62 cents a square foot, same sort of argument. But Enterprise, National, and Go Rentals, they're paying $2.08 a square foot or $1.99 a square foot. And we also get concession fees on that, I know.
And we just
But
heard at
I-
the last board meeting, Enterprise is now $2.50 a square foot. It was
So
one of the
that's just
consent-
gone
yep.
up, okay.
And we are negotiating with Go Reynolds, and it'll be $2.50 a square foot.
Okay.
Based on the appraisal we just had done on the airport office building.
Great. Red Truck is paying $1.36 a square foot.
Can
And
I pause you just for 1 second, Mary? I don't know.
these are all important, so don't try and cut me off on these because,
Our agenda item is discount rent for nonprofit use of airport non-aviation lease space. So I'm trying to keep us focused on that.
okay. But if we're subsidizing for-profit entities on field, on the air side, that's something we should be aware of as well in our decision-making, because we are.
We can agendize that for another meeting.
Then I think we should agendize that.
Okay, I'll put that.
And can I just point out, I'm not arguing with your perspective. I'll just back up. In my limited experience here in 3.5 years, every time we do the rent study, we're always under the
Right.
floor because CPI in North Tahoe Truckee does not work. There's no index for 60% second home ownership.
I get your
And so
point.
every time we look at it, there's a big jump. So I've already started conversations with Red Truck. There will be a significant rent increase
Okay.
to Red Truck because, 10 years of CPI doesn't hold up. So
Right.
every time we look at it, we're always going to be underneath market rent. So every time we get the rent appraisal, we're going to have some sticker shock of like, why is it so undervalued? Because we use CPI and CPI does not work economically in this region.
Well, is it reasonable then to have CPI plus X percentage not to exceed Y percentage? Can we set
could.
something like that up so that we do stay tracking?
I think it's a reasonable discussion, and I think this fall, when we talk about budget and we talk about introducing the concept of charging for CAM, we could also talk about a new CPI measure.
Okay. The other aspect of that in the PI 507, because I was here at the time, this is when the warehouse was being opened up. And we have this listing of 25 persons per space, which that there should be something, since we're talking this policy, is tying it to the zone that it's in, A, B, C, D zone, because, now it makes me think, well, do we have more than 25 people in the map that we've built, the multi-use facility? Does the Roundhouse have more than 25 people? The reason that came about was because the theater group and a dance group tried to come in and take the warehouse, and it was going to be hundreds of people. And that closeness to the airfield and the fuel farm was of concern. So in looking at this policy, I have a question about this 25 persons.
Are you asking them a question about it, or do you want to talk to us about
I
it?
think the board needs to be aware of
Okay,
that.
I'll put that.
Yeah, and there certainly will be county or town, depending on the jurisdiction, regulatory oversight of ensuring that we are in compliance with all the codes that have to do with fire, have to do with the ACLUP, the use of the facility. They're going to have a lot to say about all those in permitting the activity.
Well, we purposely put in 25 as
Yeah.
a board at that time. And can I still ask questions about 507? It was the idea of advertising through local media channels, what was available. This was 3A. And I was curious in this term when Josh was saying in terms of best practices to RFP, but do we have to RFP? And so just putting that out there as a question as this 3A is written.
Yeah, like we've talked about in other contexts, there's no obligation to do an RFP in this context.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions, but I would also be interested in looking at this from a higher perspective on all buildings, not just this specific warehouse.
Okay.
This is clarifying questions?
Yes.
Not- Okay, nope.
Nothing. Kat, you're good still? Do we have any public comment on this? If you'd like to state your name for the record, you've got 3 minutes. Tell us what's on your mind.
Scott Montgomery, I'm president of the Truckee Roundhouse Board. I welcome the opportunity that the board is giving me to speak, and also the staff time to do this. And I basically just want to express our gratitude for the airport and the district for supporting us for the 7 or 8 years that we've been there. And this program has been hugely beneficial to, I think, both our organization and the community in general. And we would like to see it continue, and support of nonprofits. I think a number of us have benefited from that. And so, we service a wide variety of members of the community, and I think we fit well within the mission of the airport and do a lot of STEAM-related activities. And so I think that's just, I just want to reiterate our gratitude and thanks for all the support over the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Do we have any more public comment?
Hi, Patrick Kratzer. I'm the program director for Hunger Relief here out of the warehouse space with Sierra Community House. Just want to echo that gratitude. And the Tahoe Forest Community Health Improvement Plan has food security as one of their top priorities for our area. And that's nutrition access and food access as well, which is the main purpose of our program. And just that we could not have expanded to the size that we're at currently of serving about 1,000 households locally every month, unique households, without dedicated space. And honestly, our program at current market rate would not be able to meet the mission as it currently stands. So thank you for that. And just that space is extremely critical to our program.
Thank you, Patrick.
Jan Holland, I run the Lyft workspace, and I used to serve on the board of the Tahoe Food Hub when we were trying to figure out how to move out of a little space in Alpine Meadows into Truckee, where it was easier to distribute food. So I'm super grateful for what's going on Nonprofit Row. I think the community partner logo and the pride, I think, that the airport has, I think in the past and hopefully to this day, of demonstrate the pride in that. I think that I hope that it continues with some sort of reasonable discount. I think that I would imagine that most of these organizations would struggle if they saw a relatively large jump in their rent, and I think it's aligned with the airport's community benefit mission, and I would love to see those numbers included when you're speaking at Truckee tomorrow. Sorry, not Truckee tomorrow. Good Morning Truckee. That say, hey, we're also supporting these nonprofits, and I guess it could be perceived as a self-serving comment, but the Lyft has co-evolved with the Roundhouse and the Food Hub, and we've also hosted board meetings for the community house, and we'd like to continue doing that. It sounds like we are heading towards getting some sort of reasonable agreement on renting the space as quote unquote a for-profit. Our goal is to convert to a nonprofit. Our goal is to continue supporting the roughly 20 nonprofits that use the space either on a daily basis or for critical meetings with partners and whatnot. So I would love to see this board consider that in the future or in this meeting on how to potentially facilitate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Do we have any more public comment on this? All right, we'll close public comment, and we'll go to board discussion. Who'd like to kick us off? Greg?
Sure. The least tenured. So there's been no historical consistency on rental discounts to nonprofits. There's no policy stating a numerical discount that we've had as a reference point.
Not that I'm
It's been
aware
a
of.
subjective choice every single time.
Yeah.
Is there interest in having a consistent rate?
I would be very interested in defining that.
I would as well.
Okay. And Josh, I'm still unclear on
Yeah.
what we can and can't do.
Yeah, no, so this is one area where you have more flexibility than the prior conversation. And the reason for that is your enabling statute allows you to develop office space or other buildings on the airport and to lease those as you see fit. So this is an area where you have a substantial discretion. that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in roughly maintaining the current discounts, but creating a policy of consistency. Where that lands, I think, up for discussion.
It's probably not today's discussion, or, I mean, how deep do you want to go? I could, two things. One, I would love a universal policy. Applies to everybody.
Yep.
No gray area. However, these three, Roundhouse may be a little more debatable, but Sierra Community House and Tahoe Food Hub serve humans, and the lift serves for-profit people, to the best of my knowledge. Like, you work there to make money, right? The end user is for-profit, which is, you know, if Jan creates a nonprofit, that's fine. He may not make any money, but the people that are the end, the person that's getting served at the end are humans in need, are constituents. That matters to me. I don't know how to define that. I'm not sure if it makes a difference to anybody else, but it does make a difference to me. Like, I love this, and I don't want to have to raise these rents because of a different topic that we're currently discussing. A different tenant.
So you're saying that in the abstract, going back to what Greg had said, and which is similar to what I had said, like we don't have an umbrella policy that even enables us to do discounted rents for nonprofit.
Or prohibits
that was just
us.
Right, that was just something that was decided on an ad hoc basis. And I think at least Greg and I are showing that we would like to have, or indicating we would
least
like
some
to have
policy,
some
yeah.
policy that.
I agree.
And then in that policy, you're saying that you'd like the board to have further discretion on what the actual business of the nonprofit is in terms of how much of that rent is.
Personally, I would, but not the hill I'm going to die on. That's just sort of a gut check.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, fairness is fairness. I don't want to talk about who we like better or what the end user is. I don't even want to talk about it.
Right.
Just everybody that meets this criteria gets 10% off or 20% off or 50% off or whatever that is. But what is that criteria is probably a much bigger discussion. But from a gut level perspective, how many people are getting meals and need 1,000 meals a day or a week or whatever you just said, like that matters to me far more than you have to find new office space, Greg.
You don't have to make this about me.
And maybe in that, and I guess this is, even if 507 looks dramatically different, I think it does, we're in that ballpark of discussing that now. How I would imagine it is that we have, again, using the term scaffolding, that overall we allow ourselves to do this, and here are the parameters under which we decide these things, and then the subchapters of that would be the actual assets. So like for that particular asset, what is the scale? And for the Clear Capital building, what is the scale? And for dirt lots, what is the scale? Because I think that they would differ.
Yep. And one more thing I wanted to add, the three on the left are nonprofit. I'm not, I love the Roundhouse, don't get me wrong, but it's not serving homeless people or people in need or, it's not the same level.
It's like Health and Human Services.
There you go. Thank you for
What'd you
being my
say?
wordsmith. It's not Health and Human Services. But just my perspective, any for-profit business should pay market rent, period, end of story. I think we should bring them all up to market every time we renew, personally,
So,
universally.
so this is relating only to the warehouse space, this discussion?
No.
No, it's
This-
not.
Yeah,
This
507
policy,
does not.
this policy says benefit uses for vacant warehouse spaces. That's not the lift. This is the warehouse.
Right, but
So-
what we were talking about was whether we're jumping the gun by making a decision on this without having the higher level.
The higher, okay, that addresses all of our space.
Yes, and then subdivide that into
And
the,
then, I agree with you. If you're a for-profit, you should be paying. But understanding that the lift, what is the square footage that they have assigned to nonprofit entities? Does that get at a reduced rent? It's a
Open to that, but I don't know, but by nature, isn't the lift short-term? So that's going to be constantly evolving.
Well, or there'd be a maximum, reduction. If 10% of their space or 20% of their space is tied up in nonprofits.
Yeah, that's fine too.
That
That's just
could
a
be at a
metric that we
reduced rent.
somewhere along the line need to define. Just like Health and Human Services is like a higher priority for me personally, just
Right.
in my heart, how I sleep at night, then maybe Roundhouse, which I think is super cool, but not at the same yanking on the heartstrings.
Right. But it also is a huge community builder.
I totally
builds-
agree.
Yeah.
But it's, for me, not at the same level. Like, this is random, but let's say 50% for Health and Human Services, 20%, 25% for the huge benefit Roundhouse nonprofit, 0% for for-profit. This is just hypothetical, like that kind of structure that we can just say, here's the policy. We don't have to talk about it. Staff just runs with it.
So we would have overarching policy that says that we will consider rents for nonprofits.
Foregone revenue.
Foregone revenue, just, for nonprofits. And we have a categorization for each of the assets in terms of what is practical for the cost of that particular asset. And that we would then, when we're negotiating a lease, that the board would have some sort of a rubric through which we make a value determination on how much of the allowable, like, here's the 100% allowable discount, and the board, based on judgment of what the nonprofit is doing, would come to a number that would define what percentage of that full allowable discount. Is that kind of the thing you're thinking?
Yeah, and sometimes it might be more than they even ask for, But, go ahead. I mean, no, the last thing I was going to say that just came to mind was, like, if I had a pet project, it would be Pet Network or, Humane Society. But that would be not eligible for the same discount as Community House, for me. Even though I love it way more. It's like my heartstrings. Go ahead, I'm done.
I have to push back on the categorization of the nonprofits. I mean, arguably, Roundhouse is essential for a lot of people's mental health. And I think, you have to, there's just so many variables. I mean, you have Community House, which doesn't have like a reliable funding stream except for grants and state-funded programs and that sort of thing, whereas Food Hub and, Roundhouse has membership, and that's a reliable funding stream, and Food Hub sells produce, and yet Food Hub donates a lot of food to Sierra Community House. So there's just so much.
Too much.
And not too much, there's a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really hard. It's hard for me because I've been doing grants for so long with TTCF to really separate a lot of these nonprofits because there's so much synergy and there's so much not overlap, but I guess synergy is the right word. I would really caution against giving categories to nonprofits and different funding or discount levels.
Fair.
Just because I think it's it feels discriminatory to me.
I'm sure there's like IRS tax code or something where you get a write-off if you check this box. Like maybe there's something out there that we can follow.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
I don't either. I don't know. What I don't want to have happen, although I wouldn't fight against it, is we just say everybody gets 20% off. Something like that. That doesn't work for me.
That doesn't work for you. I think that's how we need to go.
Maybe if it's the nonprofit warehouse space, but then we need to say, okay, max 5 years, because there's a lot of other nonprofits that are not getting that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many layers to that. These guys were the first ones in. I remember when the soccer team, were you on the board when we did the warehouse? Yeah, the soccer team came and wanted the space, and Food Hub won, based on the board at the time. And I didn't vote for that. And I'm not saying it's not worthy, and I'm not happy about the outcome and what they're doing and all those things. It's just, there's so many layers to it. Like, just go flat? Cool, just go flat. If they're remotely related to Health and Human Services, if you can make the connection that we stretched STEAM for to aviation. You know, if you can relate it to human services versus the end user being a for-profit entity. That's all I'm saying. I don't disagree with you. I don't want to make that judgment.
Yeah.
Well, you still would make that judgment. You would just do it at the time of creating those categorizations.
No, I'm saying it doesn't have to be 50%, 30%. It just is, what's the end user? If mental health for the Roundhouse, great. That case is made for me, check that box. And 20% of the lift is used by nonprofits or WeMax, that's, you know, whatever those are, I just think they need to be universally applied. And I don't want to have to make the decision. How do they file their taxes? How does it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear on like the intent. I just think the implementation is really difficult, and I'm not sure how we can actually get away from the reality of having to apply judgment as a board. We're either going to do it on the front end by deciding on categories, or we do it down the line deciding on a case by case basis.
Can you put
And
up the
I totally
grid?
get your, and I have some agreement with your intent. I'm concerned about.
It's purely intent. When I look at this right here, and we've got the max is 61% discount, why wouldn't everybody ask for 61% if that is the precedent we've already set?
I believe that's why we're discussing potentially having a consistent policy.
I don't want to kick anybody out. I'm just like, if I was Roundhouse renegotiating in May of 2027, I'd say I want a bigger discount because there's precedent.
Yeah, I think that's why there's expressed interest in having a consistent policy.
I'm a flat taxer, so. I am.
I mean, I think you're saying is something that I think is actually really interesting, which is the concept of flow through of benefit, right? Is the flow through of the benefit benefiting individuals in need, whether it is mental health or whether it is food insecurity or whatever it is, or is it benefiting companies, or is it benefiting individuals in a commercial, like let's say, for example, somebody comes in, they're a nonprofit that helps people broker aircraft purchases, but, oh, we're a nonprofit because we do this. It's like, well, is that really is the flow through? So maybe in the concept of the flow through of benefit, I don't know if that makes it less messy, because otherwise I agree with Kat. It's like it gets kind of judgy on like, you know, and I think philosophically, when I think of the five of us and others in our situations, we're here as representatives of a constituency, and our personal opinions are really only one vote in every election, and that they shouldn't be influencing our decisions here so much as what we're doing on behalf of the constituency. So that we're, you know, and I'm Humane Society all the way, right? That's like, but I think at the same time, I'm not sure that I would be comfortable making that judgment call.
Agreed.
And on.
So I have a question for Josh in that, you know, the Roundhouse arguably meets STEAM requirements. You know, this is all foregone revenue. So does it have to have a linkage to aviation to get foregone revenue?
No.
That was the first question I
As
asked.
it relates
I
to
misunderstood it
leases
better than
on,
here. Okay.
on airport property, you have more discretion than you do when you're providing funding under other policies, which is outside the airport.
So
On the airport, you have almost complete discretion, subject to the FAA property tax true-up that we talked about.
right. So, you know, just to throw a card down, what about a 50% reduction in market rent for on-field, for nonprofits, foregone revenue? Just to throw it down so that there's a consistency between those.
Let me flip it upside down and say, what if we don't give a discount at all, and instead they're required to apply for a grant?
Oh, then we're in that game again of like
I know it's a pain in the butt. I don't want to do it.
$26,000. I don't want to.
I understand. It was just, I don't know.
There's also the consideration where the judgment comes in when we accept a lease,
Yep.
right?
That's
So
when it happens
if,
functionally.
if we've got 5 people vying for the same space, and then we make a judgment at that point about which one we think is most beneficial to the community. And then once they're in, they're subject to the same policy and consistency for others in that same asset.
It takes away policy. It takes away your scaffolding. And, that could be okay, but acknowledging that you've taken away that scaffolding that you were arguing so strongly for.
No, I don't see how. How would it take away? We've got the
Because if you
scaffolding.
set some number of 50% reduction to market rent,
On the per asset part, not on the top part.
explain that again.
Well, because I think that when you look at the financial realities of maintaining the Clear Capital building versus the EAA building, they're very different. And so there
EAA,
might-
we don't get any rent from.
Well, but my point is, as an asset, we don't have, because we don't have policy right now, but, so if, as an asset, when we think of the actual costs to the district of maintaining and owning that asset, I think that gives us an idea of how far we can go down on a rent discount before we're just completely upside down. So I would think that there's X, like for the Clear Capital building or the office building as we're calling it now, there's a number. And whoever the tenant is in there as a nonprofit is eligible for that, that number if we have a lease with that
That's an
nonprofit.
off-airfield asset, correct?
I'm sorry?
That's an off-airfield
Yeah.
asset? Okay.
And then the same thing with the warehouse. So we've got a number for the nonprofits that we have there
In
for
that
that
building.
asset.
So the scaffolding being a defined,
Building reclassified as non-airfield.
We requested it to be reclassified as non-aviation.
But it hasn't been.
The warehouse.
Yeah,
They have not replied.
okay.
so you're,
That fits with their new definitions of how they look at things, actually.
Just for clarification, I'm sorry.
I have one more thing.
so
but
you're
after
you're
this.
just suggesting a specified rental discount on a per asset basis,
Yeah,
so that we have the flexibility to adapt to the various operations and maintenance requirements of specific buildings. I like that.
exactly. I think that's more reasonable.
I think that's good.
And it's also, it also accounts for the fact that's a luxury space across the street. The warehouse is not a luxury space. And the EA building is.
Okay, based on our last
Ladder
topic,
vested.
our last topic was the upside down of this. And we said we don't want to put a $250,000 or any minimum on it because people will inflate what they need, right? Okay, so if we say 50%, we might be giving away more than we need to
To a
in
nonprofit.
rent. Right. It's just
I-
throwing it out for thought.
Work it out, yeah. We're giving away 150. 140 somewhere.
Well, 61%, 59, 54, basically 50% on those.
Well, you add up the difference for market.
Yeah, it's 130
Right, there's a
grand.
percentage
Yeah.
right there. So
The
if we say 50% and someone comes in that doesn't need it, it's the same argument that we just had with the 250 minimum.
So if it's a nonprofit, but it
Same.
doesn't need it.
Right,
So yeah, that's the argument against
just a
having a
thought,
hard
I'm not
number
saying I'm
policy.
advocating for a lower number.
Sure. I mean,
It's the thought process.
the problem with policy and consistency is it's not a perfect glove fit for every single for every single situation.
I will echo what the Community Foundation told Kevin way back when he offered these discounts, and I don't know how that was done, if it was a percentage or, I don't even know how it was done, but what he was told at the time is you're not doing anything to strengthen the nonprofit by giving them a deep, deep discount, because if something happens, if that building burns down and they have to find a new place to go, their budget is not going to reflect any of the realities of being in this region and finding a new place to go. And it's not a judgment, it's just that was exactly the conversation that Stacy and Phyllis had with Kevin at the time.
So is that an argument then to go to what Teresa was saying of charge them full market, but then?
I'm not saying we charge in full market. I'm saying
Then give
that
them a grant?
It's just a thought process.
a 61% discount doesn't strengthen the food hub. It doesn't make it a stronger organization. It means that they can do a lot of things now that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. But in the event that something happens, they would be in a very weak position.
It's a bit of a hypothetical, though.
It is a bit of a hypothetical, but have you seen the building? I mean, I'm just saying.
I go there weekly, if not twice a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my son works there, so
Yeah.
I understand. I'm just saying, I'm all for giving discounts. I think that there can be too much of one.
What if we drastically oversimplified this and said, which is going back to exactly where this started out, that we offer X percent, let's say it's 50% off market value discount to nonprofits in that space, and we make that space available only to nonprofits. And that's the end of our discussion. So we don't offer discounts, nonprofit discounts for any other facility. So we just say that's our nonprofit center. And if you're in there, you're a nonprofit tenant. And granted, we have two.
We've got this other one, yeah.
Yeah, we've got two in there, but.
They're month to month. We can boot them. It's a joke.
I mean, and maybe, you know, out of fairness, maybe we just say for Design Bar and Mountain Home Center, you stay in there at market value until you leave, but when you leave, this policy kicks in, it's a nonprofit center, and that's the end of our nonprofit stuff.
And then I have a question for staff in terms of, we're putting sprinkler systems in to the tune of 3?
I hear Vince saying 300,000, right. I think it was the quote we have.
Close enough.
Yeah.
So that is basically proportion-wise square footage.
Yeah, and that's a correction of a facility that should have been done when those tenants first occupied it. So we're catching up on code requirements that should have been done years ago.
That's 10,000, yeah.
And we're also not charging CAM in the warehouse facility. So it's discounted rent off market and no CAM charge either.
I like your idea.
The appraisal was
I'm
70
not sure
cents a
about
square foot
50%.
for CAM.
But whatever that
Again,
number.
please?
The appraisal was 70 cents a square foot is what the appraiser estimated CAM to be. I didn't put that in there.
Wait a minute.
If we did common area maintenance on the warehouse facility, the
It's more than the rent.
consultant recommended it'd be about 70 cents a square foot
If, there.
if we charged common area maintenance. We plan to, with Design Bar and Mountain Home Center, going forward as we try to get them into a lease, implement CAM across the facility.
Is that CAM lost revenue booked in our financials?
It will be going forward.
So that's like 30,000 square feet, right? I mean, when I do a quick add,
Yes.
about 30K.
I think it's 28, 24. Yes.
I like what you said, David. You know, once they're gone, it's nonprofit only, but I think that the for-profits should be paying CAM. I don't know, 50% is a big number,
Is that
but
the for-profits are not paying CAM?
No one is currently, but we're about to renegotiate leases with the for-profits
Okay.
that will include CAM.
And how long are those leases that you're trying to negotiate with the for-profits?
I don't think we've determined a term, but I think we should probably have a limit of no more than 5 years on these facilities with no options to give us an opportunity to rethink this and keep current with CPI and discounts.
Yeah, I think
Right.
these 10-year leases with the CPI,
That's a lot.
it
Yes.
just gets
CAM
farther and farther
costs
behind.
Right.
under 20K.
Yeah. Okay, so in the interest of figuring something out, because we've got 40 minutes left in this meeting and we've got 2 more agenda items on this. the guidance that you need from us is, do we want to have a separate policy that governs all nonprofits? Or optionally, do we want to limit the nonprofit discount to our, I blanked out on the word. Foregone revenue, sorry.
Foregone revenue.
Do we want to limit that only to the warehouse?
I like that idea.
And say when Design Bar and Mountain Home Center are done. The other thing I think might be an advantage in this is if we have in policy what the discount for the space would be to a nonprofit, when a space does open up, wouldn't that be easier for a nonprofit to determine if they can even afford it?
Yes.
Because right now, it's like, we don't know if we're going to apply because we don't know what you're going to do.
Right, right.
So that might simplify that and open that area of interest to other organizations.
I agree.
And then we can say that Design Bar and Mountain Home Center are grandfathered in. They stay for whatever they want to stay at market value plus CAM.
Not to
and-
exceed 5 years?
5 years seems reasonable.
Yeah, 5-year lease, I think.
What does that feel like to everybody?
What, like a 5-year clock on them?
And just that being the nonprofit center.
Just that's the nonprofit center.
And then we should
Everything else.
probably, at some point, discuss the rest of our assets and put something similar in place.
Yeah, but I think like what Rob is saying is like the clock is ticking on the EA building anyway, so that there's going to have to be some other solution that might be.
Just to put historical reference, that clock's been ticking for 22 years.
Right.
So how critical is
Right. That's
Life support.
That's a good point. So what do we have some consensus on just that concept of for the warehouse? And then we don't have a number, but
We don't have a number, but I would also advocate, whatever number we come up with, it's a 3-year phase-in for each of the,
yeah, sure.
yeah.
I think that's consistent and fair with what
Yeah.
we do. Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
what's the number? I mean, you're,
Well, we haven't come up with a number yet,
Well,
but
how about
whatever it
50%?
is.
Just throw one out there. How about 50%?
I'll suggest 60% to be consistent with the rent rates for two of the organizations and a slight increase for one of them.
Okay, so how about 60% for the existing tenants, and when they turn over, we go to 50, max? And then we're consistent.
I'm more comfortable with 40 and not separating out and having it consistent across the board.
Including for existing tenants.
Yeah, I don't think that we should be charging more for a non-health and human services.
Oh, yeah, we moved off of that.
Yeah, okay. I thought you had just mentioned,
No,
I'm sorry.
no.
But
That's
you're-
not what I said.
Lauren, I'm sorry, can you go back to the other,
Yeah.
the table for just a sec?
so you're saying
Currently, they're getting
40%
54, 59, and
foregone
61.
revenue.
So if we
But
set,
I'm just saying that's the number I'm comfortable with, but
So
okay,
a 3-year phase into 40% discount off of market.
that's what I'm comfortable with. I'm not saying I'm stuck on it. I'm
I
just
know,
throwing
none
it
of
out
us are
there.
stuck.
Yeah.
what are you thinking over here?
I suggest 60% to be consistent with basically what the discounts are now. I hear you, but I strongly disagree on the concept that we're not helping them by giving them a discount. These are impact organizations. I think their boards are highly motivated to have an impact. If they have extra funds, they are having more impact. If for some reason they need to move, well, they got to figure that out, like when the time comes, and their impact will be less in the years following that. I don't think the tough love of like, we're only going to give them this so that they're financially sound, I don't think that really follows logically. So I think that they, like, by the more discount we give them, the more impact they're able to have. And if that discount goes away in the future, then their impact will adjust accordingly. So for that reason, I advocate for basically maintaining exactly what it is now, but having consistency across the board at 60%.
Mary, what do you think?
Well, I threw my card down at 50%. It's foregone revenue. It's $130,000, $150,000 a year of property tax that is helping these facilities stay alive. And I think that it's valuable, but I would split the difference at 50, but
How about 60 for these guys, and when they leave, we go to 40? new policy, any new tenants. When the for-profits move out, the new nonprofits get 40.
It feels a little silly to negotiate what we're going to do in the future because it's going to be a different board. It's going to be in a few
Well,
years
it's
down
policy.
the line.
If the
Yeah, and the
policy's
board will
40,
have the board will have the ability to change the policy in the future too. Like it's the same. I have concern about like making the building only nonprofits, even though I love their existence there. There's also a very easy hypothetical where Design Bar and Mountain Home Center move out, and there is not a nonprofit that is available
Right.
that wants the space. There very likely would be, but if we have an old policy that says we can only do it to nonprofits, then we're like, I don't understand what we're accomplishing by that. So
true.
there may be a for-profit business that has a huge community impact. Like
I think it's
I'm concerned about making policies that we have the full ability to change in the future, but we're going to decide now because it gives us some comfort to think that we've defined them.
what are we doing here then? This
Yeah,
is true with
I
any
think all the
policy.
policies we define are for the future. And I think to address
Yes, but we
that,
can drill them down
if-
like too far.
If we don't put some parameters on it, then what we run the risk of happening is that, let's say that Tahoe Food Hub says they need to go away, and we put the RFP out there and a commercial is the best deal. Then we end up with not a nonprofit space because now we've given the entire thing to commercial. And right now, for Mountain Home Center, it's a storage space.
Yep.
So there's an argument that on one side of the facility, they're storing commercial goods, and on the other side of the facility, they're teaching people how to fix broken blenders and that all of that stuff, which is maybe a completely different community impact. How about if we say that we're going to call it, I would go with either 50 or 55% phased in over 3 years, grandfathered in for Design Bar and Mountain Home Center for 5 years, and then within the 3-year time period, if any of the 3 nonprofits leave, it immediately goes to the new rate for the new tenants.
So we're saying Design Bar and Mountain Home Center are out after their next.
No,
After 5
we're not
years.
kicking anybody out. We're saying that if in that 3-year phase-in period, that if they, like for example, right now Tahoe Food Hub's at 61% discount. In 3 years, they phase into 50, 55 or 50, whatever the number is that the board is comfortable with. If in that 3-year period they leave, it immediately goes to only a 50% for the new tenant. So there's no more phase-in for a new tenant. Wouldn't make sense. So that's just if they choose to leave, not that we're
Sure. I guess I would counter with, I'd say
They're getting
60% no phase in, 50% on a new tenant.
40 on a new tenant. I'm with Kat. 45.
All right, we'll go back and forth on this, I guess.
I'll give you the 60, but I think long-term, I don't think we should say everybody gets 50 off. It's just like the 250 minimum. Maybe that's not what they need.
I'm not sure I understood that.
I'm saying
You
40,
you could
40 in the
trigger
future.
in language, the policy will be reviewed upon any new tenant application. And the board at that time can address.
Well, I mean, that's
60
always
is
the
at
case.
40 is at 50, which will happen anyways, right?
That's always the case.
So you don't have to agree to the sticking point now. And you can go to 60 immediately.
jump everybody to 60 immediately, which is an increase.
Which is a 1% change for 2 organizations
Okay, so,
and 6 for
It's
the
really only effective for the negotiations with one entity right
and
now.
then when they
Correct.
leave,
which they're not going to argue with.
Right.
Yeah.
When they leave,
it
40,
goes to-
45, I'm not going to die on the hill.
I would be happy to say, give them 60% now. When they leave, or when one of the commercials leaves, it's a 40% discount that this board is saying, and a future board can change that if they want to change it.
I'm down with that.
And that 60% is immediate, or it's in,
It's immediate. Is that
okay
good?
with that.
Are you good with this?
and then it'll switch to 40% if any of them leave.
Any of those
Or if the
6.
Design Bar or Home to Center.
And we
And
wanna-
that way we can advertise it to nonprofits at a 40%
And we
discount,
want to keep the whole building is for nonprofits.
ideally.
I'm okay with that.
Good?
I'm not sure the
Good.
whole building.
Good, and no CAM for nonprofits.
Yep,
Correct.
5-year lease
That's another-
maximum for any new renewals.
1,000.
And for the for-profits, we're taking them to market with any new lease, 5-year limitation on that plus CAM.
Okay, and no CAM. Good?
I'm good.
Everybody good? Sure. All right. Sure. And you've got what you need.
I do. I look forward to negotiation with the roundhouse for the next lease. Terms will be difficult.
Okay.
Give their notice right now.
Okay, item number 3, the 5-year budget pro forma.
Okay, let me ask a quick question. Does anybody have anything they have to do after this?
No.
Are we willing to go longer so we don't have to be
I thought
so
you had a
pressured? I do have a haircut, but I can cancel it. It's not the end of the world.
I don't have a haircut
If I'm the
scheduled.
only hang-up, I will cancel it right now. I just don't want to do it at 4 o'clock.
Are you all good to stay?
I am.
I am.
Yeah.
Gotta let my hairdresser.
Are you all good to stay here?
We are.
Okay.
I just point out, art at the airport starts at 5.
Is that in here?
The reception in the terminal
Oh, well,
building.
that means there's wine. We're good.
Yes.
I
It's a
mean,
reward to stay.
Absolutely, I'm there.
Okay.
do we
All
want
right.
to do we want to create at least an attempted finish time so we don't just open the time boundary and then not put an end cap on it?
There.
Let's goal for 5 then, an hour later.
Goal for 5. Okay.
40 minutes, 60 minutes. Yeah.
What do you?
I mean, like,
Yeah.
sure.
Does that?
We were prepared to discuss, yes.
Let me know your next availability.
Okay.
period.
All right.
Exclamation point.
Okay.
There you go.
So you want to start on this part?
Done.
So we have on the screen is the updated 5-year pro forma based on feedback from last time and some additional staff review of items. There are 2 big caveats on this. We don't have, we're working on updated pavement management plan, prioritization, and cost. So that we don't have anything new to reflect here, which is a big piece of this. On capital projects, we don't have any additional detail on a plan for hangar replacements, which would probably be at the very end of the 5-year. But the pavement management plan is a significant piece of this, and it still will show the equity balance negative a couple years out. So withholding that for a later conversation, probably in the budget process when we have better numbers, I thought today we could just focus on the red highlighted comment section that are key areas to make the board aware of and get some guidance and thoughts on that we think will be impactful long-term to the financial viability of this organization. If that sounds all right, that's what we do today. Maybe we can zoom in so we can read it on the highlighted section. And Liza, I don't know if you want to jump into this at any point and add comments. So the red part here in this line, this is our revenue section here. We do plan on having discussion in the fall budget process based on our hangar rent increases and the considerable cost that we have with snow removal in the hangar rows, and introducing an idea of charging CAM in addition to the hangar rent rates for the hangar rows. And so we have put a number in there that reflects that right now.
Is that 20K a year?
20K a year is what's in there right now. Is that correct, Liza?
Seems really low.
Jeff had run some numbers at some analysis when we were talking about hangar rents that I don't have handy, but it was only 20K? See, because we were the highest snow in the country and
I think just, go ahead.
So I don't have the complete context for how the number, but yes, when I did the numbers, it's $10,000 per snow removal event in hangar rows. Is the labor cost.
Per row?
Hangar rows, all of them. It's about $10. 1 day of labor, it's about 10 grand.
So this isn't our final number, I guess is maybe an important point to call out here. We put a placeholder in there for a concept of a CAM charge for hangar rents to address the snow removal cost. This may be low. We may have over averaged it for the year.
Quick question, Liza. 5% Placer County increase, didn't we talk about reducing that for Nevada County? Because I didn't feel really like Nevada County's taxes are going to go up 5% per year. Didn't we talk about that, or was that in my head?
Yeah.
I think it's just, I think we changed the note on here, actually. Can you go back left on the graph there? So I think a little further.
I know that's not in red, but when I read it,
No, I think it's under a different line. Property tax revenue, line item, if we go across there, 10,000, 10,393, 10,788. Placer County, 5%, and then if you page a little further,
assuming the same.
Nevada County, 3%. Yes. So
Assuming same for Nevada County.
That's incorrect. If I look at my calculation, I have a note in my sheet here. It's Placer at 5 and Nevada at 3. So that's, my
The note's wrong.
note is.
Got it.
I'll fix that.
no, it says 3% for Nevada County on there.
Low.
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
It's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. Yes.
Make sure. I know
Yeah,
it's
we
not
did
red.
capture that. Going down from there, red highlighted areas. This is under labor cost, the red light highlighted area here, with the continued challenge of housing in the area, the concept of some type of housing allowance uniformly across all full-time employees is something we'd like to consider and discuss in the future. I don't think we plugged a number in here for that, but this is the concept highlighted in red.
Are you asking for our input on this one?
Sure.
I'm not in favor. That's it. Of a housing allowance, right. I think,
I would tend to agree. I mean, I hate that we are that people are commuting in from Reno, but it is what it is.
we pay pretty well, right? Every time we do a salary study, we increase everything, and I'm just not in favor, but not the hill I'm going to die on.
So what, when we do salary studies, don't they include what it costs to live in our area? So in theory, would that not be factored in, or is that different?
Ask Lauren to talk about that a little bit.
Yes. It's taken into consideration also CPI increases. It's almost discussed in the same regard as CPI for hangars, of having a CPI that affects salaries in the same sort of way that's isolated to our area as well. So it does. And then what we present is smooth to our budget and what we can afford and what the board decides for payroll and benefits, but it is a factor.
Okay.
Is it a 1-for-1? No.
Okay. And are we, with the housing allowance benefit, would the point of this to be to enable district employees who don't live in the district now to afford to live in the district, or would this apply to employees who live in Reno or Sierraville or anywhere else as well?
I think we have to vet out the concept more to make it more definitive. I think I've been approached by enough employees that feel pinched by the housing cost in this area that don't feel they can get out of an existing rental, or they don't qualify for any of the existing programs, and there are many, that are run by the counties or towns or other agencies here. So I think this is a growing problem, just like housing is, and affordability in this area. As Lauren pointed out, and Jeff has, the CPI's index just doesn't keep pace with the cost of living here and the cost of housing. We are quickly, our employee team, we are very fortunate to have a lot of folks that have bought in before the price jump, but new folks, they're either renting at exorbitant rates or they're commuting in. Very rare is it to find a new full-time employee that's able to buy in this market. So the idea is trying to address that, thinking into the future of providing some level of consistent housing allowance as a baseline equally across employees so that they would be able to buy in this market, whether they did it or not. That helps the affordability of living or working in this environment.
I wanted to also add, Placer County had a similar type of program. It was before 2022, it was specifically for housing stipend to help individuals who were assigned to the Tahoe City administrative offices or, roads facilities, or help them contribute. I think it was about $1,100 a month to help afford housing, but CalPERS had issues with requiring individuals to buy a house, rent a house within like a 60-minute radius of Tahoe City's administrative office. So they changed it in 2022 and removed the housing, like residency sort of requirements. And that had to do with special compensation and that being pensionable or PERSable or not for classic or PEPRA member, for classic members, not PEPRA members. So they changed it more of, it still exists, it's just, it has nothing to do with housing. It has everything to do with recruitment and retention to have people apply for those positions at the Tahoe City office.
So it's just basically higher salary.
Essentially.
Essentially.
It's separate from their like hourly wage, it's on top of it. It's still taxed and as income, but because there's no residential differentiator there, it's applied to everyone that works on this side of the county, and it eliminated the issue that they ran into at CalPERS.
And wouldn't we assume the same issue with CalPERS?
Only if we had a residency
We would if we
requirement.
assigned, like you had to live within the airport district, or,
Gotcha.
or separated individuals who lived in Reno or Sierraville.
The concept definitely needs a lot of vetting, and certainly with legal, there are other state agencies, police departments that have stipends or other terminology around a stipend type of payment that gets to the affordability of the market in which you want the police officers to live and work in, or state prisons system trying to recruit people to live in certain prison areas so that are available for work, that normally the typical wage rates wouldn't allow folks to live in the San Francisco area to work in the prison not far from there.
Right.
So it's those kind of concepts that we think could be applicable to this resort environment where the majority of our team can afford to buy a home.
I think I look at it kind of from the perspective of what you're talking about police, and I understand this from what I've learned about this before. The concept being that in emergencies, you don't want your entire police force living 40 miles away, right? That you need people to come in, and so you'll give some subsidies for having them work closer. I could see us defining specific staff positions that are on call, that are required to be here in a short period of time, and then offering that if they live in this area. My general concern about stuff like this is one of competition with the private sector. Like, do we, in making our package so attractive, do we, as government, not just us as airport, but as all government agencies, do we make it increasingly difficult for the private sector to even find employees? Because if somebody's going to live here, they want to work for one of the public agencies because they get great benefits, and then they get pay, and then they get a housing allowance, and they get whatever. So I'm always just a little concerned about that impact that we have on the small retail businesses finding people.
Yeah, I think there's around 1,600 public employees in the North Lake Tahoe, Truckee area, 1,600, maybe it's 1,800, somewhere in that neighborhood, compared to 30 to 40,000 private employers, right? Employees.
And so you're saying on this is that this is broad strokes right now? Anyway.
This is broad stroke concept, just to get initial feedback from the board. I think we have a looming housing problem that the existing housing programs are not solving.
So Placer County's is just over $1,000 if I remember, because I saw a TART job recently. And TART drivers,
it's $1,100.
TART drivers are Placer County employees, and they get $1,100 a month stipend for minimum wage, so it doesn't matter what the position is in Placer County, right? Private sector, I don't love that, but if the reason for this is retention and recruitment, do we have a problem with retention and recruitment?
We have very low turnover.
So I don't see that we
Currently,
need to address this
yeah.
right now, and increase the budget for it right now, until it becomes a problem.
Agree.
See, my concern is it becomes a problem because people have to leave to find other jobs, the markets they can afford to live in. And so then we're begin recruiting, I won't say less qualified people, but it becomes harder.
I hear you, but
Yeah.
it's not a problem right now.
What percentage?
Just looking forward over 5 years. This is the concept of this budget, right?
Rob, do we know what percentage of our staff right now live within Airport District?
I think there's 7 in Nevada.
7?
7 in Nevada. 25. Out of 26. Does that sound right, Lauren?
We have 24 full-time employees. Yeah, about just over a handful live across state lines.
And any from Sierraville or anywhere? Everybody else is district. Okay.
It's Reno or Incline Village.
What's the benefit of providing a housing stipend versus just higher salary or higher pay?
I think it's how we define the purpose of the stipend as opposed to higher pay. I think it's hard to justify pay, deferring a little bit to maybe Josh or Lauren on this, given our pay compensation studies that we do.
And I'll let Lauren provide her perspective, but just on the legal side, it really gets to some of the issues that Lauren was alluding to about how PERS treats the issue. Some stipends aren't PERSable, so they're less expensive to the district than they would be otherwise. Of course, the flip side of that is they're less attractive to the employee because it's not PERSable compensation.
I just point to for the compensation studies we do, and Lauren, correct me, most of the study, we're comparing ourselves to all the other public agencies.
Very dumb.
So no different than we compare to hangar rents. We compare ourselves to other airports. No one charges enough in their hangars. We get these really low rates. So it does look at housing, but we're comparing ourselves to everyone else, all the other public agencies.
To your argument of could they buy a home, the difference of $12,000 a year, $1,000 a month is not going to make it so they can buy a house.
Let me follow up on that before we go to a different one.
Okay.
So the rates that the salaries are defined by those pay bands, and we can't go out of that.
We would do a new salary study, and we'd probably want to stay within those based on PERS guidelines.
But we have the ability to set our own pay bands. I mean, I think we certainly want to be competitive with the market, but PERS doesn't dictate what we pay employees. Just some compensation is above PERS caps, but they don't necessarily control what we decide is reasonable or market for our area. That's more of a what's reasonable, from a policy perspective, informed by Rob's recommendation to the board.
Okay. I guess like directionally from like a supporting staff and retention, I like it from a creating additional mechanisms versus just increasing salary and kind of treating it more of like a market effect of like we got to pay people to get good talent. I lean more in that direction as far as just increasing pay enough to get the talent that you feel you need.
I'm in favor of it.
No, I knew that.
Okay, no decision, but just looking for a little bit of feedback, so that's appreciated. Thank you.
And with that, I'm sorry, one more question. If you set this up, would this just be the same for all employees?
I don't think we've got that far in the concept.
Okay.
But that's one way to do it, yes.
Because I do also kind of feel that when we're talking about employees that are in the six figures, especially in the higher six figures, maybe they need this less than the employees who are in the 60s range, is in terms of making housing affordable to them. Right. I mean, housing is expensive. There's no question about that. But whether or not the district should make it more affordable at that same level is maybe.
Yeah, I'd have to defer to our legal folks on how we would structure or something like that to be fair and consistent and legal.
Okay.
I guess I'm hearing more negative on this concept than positive. So how much energy should we have staff put into this?
I would be interested in right now, there's not a specific suggestion. I would, if it's not going to drive you all insane to come up with a sketch. I would be interested in hearing the sketch and whether or not we felt that that was appropriate rather than just blanket saying yes or no.
Sounds like it's pretty simple math. If we follow Placer County and even round down, $1,000 a month, 24 full-time employees, it's 24 grand a month times 12 months.
Yeah, but then the argument is that, no offense, Rob, but does Rob, who lives in another state and making his salary, need the $1,000 as much as somebody who's working on the line?
Doesn't matter.
And we can vet out that detail.
Yeah.
We can work on that. I think there's absolutely merit in looking at that.
That would almost be a equal opportunity thing if you say, oh, well, some employees get it and some
Right.
don't. And if you're talking 24 employees, that's 24,000 a month. That is
Almost
250,000, 300,000 a year. And it's not going to make a difference for any one individual to get 12,000 more. I got a kid who lives in town who'd like to buy a house. I have another kid who'd like to be here. The ship has sailed. I'm sorry, it's really depressing, but $1,000 isn't going to make a difference.
Quick counter, $12,000 a year would make a difference in my.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to counter that one and
Some are
say it's
renting,
after taxes about
yes.
$600.
But I guess point of all, like, there's a lot of mechanisms. I still feel like, I think you got the temperature check that you wanted.
Yeah, it seemed like the temperature check is, we'll do some investigation.
Yeah.
I'd love to spend our time and effort looking out for the team here to find a way to make it more affordable to live and work in this environment.
Yeah.
So that's a worthy cause.
For the record, I would go with Greg's, like, I'd rather increase salaries than do this. Because
Right.
housing is a personal choice. If you're in the high six figures, mid six figures, low six figures, you can qualify for $1 million house all day long.
But it's also, I mean, it's also the ability to pay the rents here. So for the folks that there's no down payment option, they're never going to buy a house. At least there might be something like that, even if it's $600 after taxes. That can be the difference between I can afford to live here
Yeah.
as a renter or not.
Do we still have the down payment program here?
Yes.
Okay, so it is available to every employee we have,
But if-
$250K.
Yeah, but they would still have to have the other financial resources to make.
I would rather increase the salaries
Yeah.
in general.
And I just want to say, slight note. We may not have a vacancy problem like right now today, but we had 9 vacancies last year. It took up a lot of our times of that turnover. So that ebbs and flows, and that was an anomaly over the last 5 to 10 years. We've never had that many vacancies in a year. You're going to see my report next month when I give that vacancy report. And that is a huge issue for all public agencies, you know, whether you want to acknowledge the type of service we provide to the community, but public agencies, this is a huge deal because we provide essential services to the community, and having consistent workforce is able for us to provide those services. So it's trying to recruit is a huge deal to get people to apply, and same as amount of effort to keep them here so we could be consistent. I'm speaking for all public agencies, not necessarily us. So we had an issue last year. We don't have one right now, luckily, but we may have some next year. You never know. So that's what we discussed back here, is just how do we keep it appealing. And we do a salaries, class and comp study is on schedule for 27. So this is all going to be discussed and looked at anyways with that.
Got it.
I
Other
just
members?
wanted
Yeah, thank you.
to add to that. Since I've been here a little less than 2 years, I've lost 33% of my staff, and most of them are leaving for better opportunities, better pay.
Better pay or a housing stipend?
It's all collective, right? It's all part of the same problem.
That was a smart joke, probably.
Yeah, thanks for that addition, Lauren, Vince. So we'll look at both options for the next budget cycle, whether it's increased salary or a stipend concept, and bring back some concrete recommendations. Thank you for that guidance. Next we have on here is we've been working, it's additional cost. I don't have the exact cost yet. We're putting a placeholder in there, 100,000. We have a water system here. We've been talking to the public utility district in Truckee Downer Public Utility District to either take over the system or to what they are recommending is sign a master service agreement with them so that they test and maintain the system that we have here and comply with all the California regulations with the water systems. And that's what we're leaning towards. We're waiting to get an exact price. Probably in the next 2 months, we'll have that contract drafted with them. But it'll be additional cost going forward, but it gets us into compliance of things we should be doing here.
That makes sense to me. On the flip side, if some of our pipes don't meet their criteria or our pumps, are we required to come up to their level of care? And that could be another $500,000, you know.
So we did look at, Vince, you want to comment on this? Yeah.
Yeah, they did do a survey inventory of our equipment, and they're happy with what we have.
And we define the MSA, what level of investment that we would be responsible for and which ones they would do as an operational agreement. And these are pretty common. I'm sure Josh has worked with these other institutions. PUD is familiar with these here locally as well.
There's the Mello-Roos, the lovely Mello-Roos issue. And if, you know, these are unforeseen costs that come up, or Tahoe Donner that had crappy water system put in, and all of us are paying for that. So just, it would be great to hand it off, but if their requirements become excessive, what else are we buying?
Yeah, I think the MSA approach is our biggest cost approach to this. Otherwise, we get into, if they're going to own the system, then we need to survey the whole system. We need to have easements across all of our properties. And just the administrative process involved in that is pretty significant, pretty costly.
Yeah, and I would agree with that and just say that I think the MSA approach gives you more flexibility because, Mary, you're not necessarily required to come up to their standards. It's a matter of what the contract requires as long as you're meeting the state minimums.
Any thoughts on this?
I'm good with it.
Okay, great. Everybody's nodding. Okay.
Next line in red, MAF, this is the multi-use aviation facility. I believe I've updated the board, but just for the general audience, the facility that we have in place now is somewhat of a proof of concept that we were going after, that the concept of having additional office space that's airfield adjacent next to the playground here in this main building, and the use of it for things like Mission to Mars, STEM or CTE type meetings, Civil Air Patrol, the fly-ins for the EAA, those kind of concepts. It was overwhelmingly well received. We think there is a demand and a need for that space. The problem we're running into is the full-time, long-term permit that facility is going to be what I believe is price prohibitive for that facility. And it's not really, that containerized facility is not for the price to make that permittable for the long haul is around $1 million to maybe $1.5 million once we buy the containers, which is pretty significant. And by the time you talk to those kind of prices, we could be building a purpose-built facility for us. Not asking for that right now. I think we are building some numbers in here notionally of what a facility would cost. Permitting next year, $500,000, building facility $1 million in the following year. But I think before we get to that point, we probably should have a discussion of what existing spaces do we have now, like this room. Are we willing to dedicate the full time and attention of this large room or the broken up rooms in a more robust capacity for these demands that the other facilities serve for this summer, essentially, if it goes away in September and we turn it back to the contract. Other comments between Vince and Jeff?
So why don't we turn this into the steam room and we'll just do our board meetings over at Town Hall.
Love it.
They have a fully wired facility down the street, yes.
And full disclosure, I've already asked if that's possible from their perspective, and it's just a town council would have to approve our regular meeting there. Otherwise, it would be no cost to us unless we had an excessive need to keep a staff person going late into the night.
Love it. Save money on food too, right?
I mean, I guess the question does come up, like, this is a great space, and we currently use it for our purposes, and we do let others use it, but the question is that, when we're talking about millions of dollars to build another facility, and this is a relatively easy choice, I think, unless you know otherwise with regard to the other outside of us, the people who use or the organizations that use this facility, would it be a hardship on them to have to go someplace else, across the street or someplace else?
Yeah, I think that I think the feedback, and Jeff, based on your engagement, is the folks that have been using the STEM facility want a dedicated facility. They can put the simulators in, have equipment in on a regular basis. So not just a swing space like this, but a dedicated facility. So if we were to take the approach of, okay, we're going to use this full space or divided space as a consistent year-round facility for our CTE programs or our STEAM programs, for our on-airfield folks that we work with now, then that would be a concerted decision for us, and it'd be less available for other activities like the board meeting or other uses of the facility if we're making a dedicated space like that facility was.
I'm curious, how many square feet is that building, those 4 containers?
1,600 total, and then the 4 offices are probably
1,200 open space.
Yeah, 1,200 open space, and then 100 foot per office.
Okay.
It's about the same size as this room. I think this
Same
room's
size as
15,
this room.
50. It's almost exactly the same size.
And so would we, if we did something like that based on, well, 2 questions. We have an occupancy issue in this room, or do we have an occupancy? And secondarily, would we have is the bathroom, all that facility still adequate if we do something like that in here?
Yeah, I think there's on the walls, pointing the wall over there for the occupancy.
But I mean, as far as what their needs are, I don't.
Yeah, I think this fits well within the needs of the demand right now, other than individual office spaces, perhaps.
That's interesting.
So then arguably, if the occupancy in here is legit, then our bathroom facilities are acceptable for this occupancy. So basically,
That's my understanding. It's a wash, right?
So who else, or what other organizations take advantage? I mean, that's Lauren's laughing because it's probably a huge thing. But is
memorize the calendar. Yeah.
Is there any organization that you would think that this would have a horrific impact on if they didn't have access to this room anymore?
Oh my gosh.
On the spot, Lauren.
I mean, it's everyone. It's the Democrat Club that's in here. The Optimists are in here. PTO organizations meet here. The Seroptimists. Can they all find other locations? Yeah, it's just about giving them enough notice so that they understand that this might be consumed, from here on out. I don't let people book into the next calendar year, so technically 2027 is not booked. I don't start that until December. I mean, it's a lot of people. The mountain bike racing team meets in here, school district. Some other government agencies hold workshops in here because they don't want to be on their own site. I mean, the list is long. Voting, the voting centers in here with Nevada County.
So no.
But it's about giving them notice, right? So that they're prepared.
Right. Because I'm just wondering if there's other, like across the street, there's meetings that go on across the street all the time, right? So some of these organizations.
And we've had groups that used to meet in here transition over to the lift because they only need a conference kind of style room that only holds 10 people really, or 8 people or less. Or they have desk space already over there, so it's just easy for them to host their SWEP meetings and stuff. The SWEP used to meet here, now they meet over there.
And we don't charge them if they're a nonprofit.
Yeah, if they're a nonprofit, they don't do a room rental fee.
Okay.
But they have to have insurance.
Okay, and like the rec department has a lot of space.
Yeah.
And have they they would charge.
They charge their own facility hourly rate. They don't extend a free
To nonprofits.
nonprofits, no.
I'm just thinking, is that a community benefit foregone revenue?
Should we be
to-
banking it?
Huh?
Should we be booking it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, should we be
We're,
booking
we're
it?
currently booking under that 30% concept, that 20% is about $3 million. The remaining 10% is about $1 million in-kind giving that we're booking this room free to nonprofits as part of that.
So,
Part of me is,
Go ahead, sorry.
no, it's like, we're sorry. But, you know, and/or that question of having them move to different places, you know, and then paying their costs in another spot that would be another aspect of our foregone revenue, to not have them in the space so that we could have this as STEAM and CTE.
I mean, I don't want to kick anybody out, but on the other hand, I don't feel like we would have a financial obligation to pay for, like, if Rec and Park as a district decides they want to charge a nonprofit for access and we're not charging the nonprofit for access, we're in the situation where we're talking about one of the things that we want to do strategically is this STEAM thing. And we're looking at either doing this and you've got to go pay a fee to go work at or have a meeting at Rec and Park, or we come up with $5 to $10 million to build a facility.
Yeah.
And that seems to me like we have to think first about what our district's goals are, and our district goal appears to be making these STEAM programs work and helping them function. What I'm taking away from what you're saying, Rob, is the modular building is not an option anymore because we're going to have to invest $1 million into permitting that, and then presumably if we expand it, then we go into that again with additional facilities and all that. We do have this room. Town hall is an option for us.
Probably other, Truckee Sanitary
I have a
District.
conference room. Let's go to Tahoe City every month.
We just go to Tahoe City every month. Maybe less convenient for the employees, all having to truck over there. But I mean, I think it's what I would ask, and maybe if the board supports this, is can we kind of get the temperature of these other groups? Like if the world is going to come to an end, if the Democratic Club doesn't meet here every month, I kind of feel like they can find a place to meet.
Well, it probably sends some meaningful amount of business over to Lyft.
Yeah.
Right.
There's enough public agencies around and everyone has a conference room.
Yeah. I feel kind of like this would be, if this is a good STEAM, I mean, it's got whiteboards, it's got projectors, it's got air conditioning, it's got.
Don't we also have a need, aren't we moving our staff back from the rental down the road?
We are.
Maybe we need this for that.
Do we need this for that?
Not currently. I think we can do it without it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you want to?
I'm open to it.
I'm way open to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an interesting idea.
So we can explore concepts. It sounds like we're not interested in figuring out how to invest in the existing temporary facility to long-term permit it. Not ideal. Staff's not recommending that. We're not interested in building something new. We're interested in how to repurpose the existing spaces we have for the next year to see how that works, including potentially us meeting off-site for our meetings.
I would support that.
Yeah.
I'm interested in building something new.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that.
No, I need to hear it. Yeah.
I just, I can see this as a temporary solution. And I don't think it's a bad thing that nonprofits or these organizations have to pay a fee. We're pretty much, well, besides Jan, I think the only boardroom in town that doesn't charge a fee. So, I don't know what the fee is. I don't know if it breaks the bank. But I would love to see us build another building. We've talked about it for years. I think the need has been proven to be there. And I'm super sad that this isn't working out. I understand it, but it does kind of break my heart a little bit.
What?
That
modular.
modular
The cost to
is
permit the
also-
modular,
Yeah,
right.
it's a real bummer.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the same line, you have 300,000 is what the air show cost. What was the staff time? Did you kind of come up with a number for that? Was it 100,000, 150? Just curious, because it's something that's booked.
That's going to be the first thing I do as president.
Liza's looking up, she had built a soft number on what she thought it was.
Yeah.
Pause this. I need to
That's what I'm about to do.
Oh.
That was my joke.
David left the room, so we're gonna take a break.
Okay, sounds great.
As
10 minutes?
as
Yeah.
recently instated president 30 seconds ago, we'll take a 5-minute.
Yeah, you're our president.
All right, that's usually
Yes.
you're running the meeting. All right, here you go.
thought that she'd like to introduce.
Just that idea of, instead of coming in here, and what about the design bar? Design bars on a month-to-month, when they were given, and just, that's 4,000 square feet. What about turning that into the STEAM CTE facility? It's on airfield, it's access to everything they'd want, and for, you know, that's a lot of space. It's probably more than they'd want, but it's also, I kind of like it.
I
Just-
totally agree, but they need an off-ramp. You can't just kick them out.
Well,
Yeah.
we got, you know, actually, they're on a month-to-month.
I know,
and-
but still,
Okay,
Yeah.
but
100
they,
days, 120 days,
okay,
180 days, whatever.
Something,
yes.
but yes.
I love that.
it's an interesting idea to check into.
What about EAA too?
For use of the warehouse facilities in the future, yeah, absolutely. It's airfield adjacent, yep. Yeah, I think it's valid ideas that we'll look into, and I think there are some language about, in our PMCDs, that talks about termination of and notification, and we need to review those details to see what options there are there. But I don't think we'd want to do anything immediately at a professional consideration and courtesy, yeah.
Well, he was given a 5-year contract that didn't come before the board, but by his lease, he was supposed to. It was just done without approval. So yes, I would like that to be checked into as an opportunity. And maybe immediacy is one of those things of, if we can, those trailers have to go out in the winter, they're gone October 1 or November 1.
The plan is probably September timeframe, right?
So, you know, it's a temporary into here, and then by February or March of next year, we start moving them to there or right into there. Just a thought.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Okay.
So back to the 5-year pro forma, I think that's the end of the significant red lines that are on this section of it. Again, the other roll-ups of quantities are less meaningful because we don't have updated numbers for the pavement management plan or the hangar replacement plan. So those are definitely have some ripples. We are working with Brantley Engineering to get updated pricing and revisit our AIP schedule for pavement management based on the discussion last time. So we owe you that still, and we're not prepared to adjust those other numbers as a result. So there is, equity does look negative about 3 years out, but that potentially would change based on an updated approach to AIP, pavement management plan, airport improvement plan, AIP.
Were you able to find the staff time dollars estimate?
I
Your
did.
show?
I did, yeah, it's a soft, it's not perfect, but it's about 60 grand is what I came up with.
How much?
60.
Around
60,000?
60,000.
One more question on this. Can you go up a little bit more to the payroll right there? 3% CPI and 3% merit. So is it built in as 6% increase per year? One yes, one no.
No, I haven't
It's
built
with the footnote there. Go ahead, Liza. You did it.
It's built in at, I'm sorry, it's built in at 4.5 for the year.
4.5?
It's spread across the year.
Because the way it's phased in, CPI doesn't happen until June, so it's not a full year.
Right, but
Yeah.
it averages out.
Yes.
But you're doing 3%
Planning factor,
merit,
for a planning factor, yeah.
right?
And then
it's
the
an estimate.
merit?
It's variable based on performance reviews. Yeah.
So you built in 3% CPI and 1.5 merit, loosely.
Well, because CPI couldn't be less
Right.
than that too.
It can also be
So
10.
With the factor right now, it's
Yeah,
1.5.
could be 10.
Okay.
So we've,
Wait.
unless there's questions on the other spreadsheets on the pro forma, it was just a snapshot of decisions that we could be influencing now that will impact the future. Eliza, unless you want to cover anything else on those or supporting charts.
Is that, going back, it's 3% CPI, COLA, plus 3% merit.
1.5 she built in for estimate.
But it says 3% on here.
Yes, but the calculation I have in for the math is 4.5%.
Oh, 4.5 plus
Average for
1.5.
the year.
So 1.5 merit times, so that's one.
No, Mary, she's got it built in at 4.5 total, which is
Okay,
3%
so it says
COLA.
3 and 3, but
It
it's
says
wrong.
3 and 3,
Okay.
just like it says 5% for Nevada County.
Yeah, I changed the verbiage on this version, I'll change the verbiage on it.
Merit, that would be 1.5.
Does anybody have any
1.5
other
is 75,000.
questions or thoughts on this item?
The selling of the land is the whole, it says 13 acres. That's everything over there, assuming,
Everything the board provided guidance on for sale, 12.7 rounding to 13 on this document.
okay.
We have not surveyed yet, so I don't have the exact acreage yet.
Okay. And the PMP, the pavement management plan, again, it's in a soft place because we, you know, and we'll be talking about it again also in the reserve data or in the PMP data, so we'll talk about it in there. Because, again, I will do my Chevy Cadillac discussion, but we'll talk about that there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have what you need from the board on this item?
Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the last item, policy instruction 110. Wait,
That's the only thing we're talking about on those four.
I just asked if anybody had any other questions,
Well, I
and
thought it was
nobody.
just on this first table.
Oh, no, you've got something more on the others?
The other table.
Okay, then we're going to go back to item number 3.
So, well, yeah, because there was 3, A, B, C, D. So the one on the second page of that had pension contribution of 500,000.
Turn your, yeah.
Pension contribution of 500. That's the additional 500 beyond what we have to pay. I'm kind of over that. We're never going to catch up, so I would like that to just go away myself.
I agree.
Yeah, if there's consensus, it's on the pro forma. We definitely address that annually as part of the budget process. We didn't pay it last year
Yeah.
because the adjustments came down. Yeah, we can pull it off the pro forma if that's a consensus.
There's 2.
It's just a plan. It's just a planning number.
Do we have to pay something? I mean,
We pay the minimum, but that's a
Yeah.
catch-up
This
contribution.
is that extra,
That's
that's
in
when we
addition
thought
to-
we'd get out from under it.
Never going to catch up.
that
It's
was
like
Rick's
Social
thing.
Security.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And that whole equity allocation, I didn't understand it, but I can meet with you offline to have you explain it to me. This was 3A. I assume the rest of the board understands 3A. The 5-year reserves, the building in 2027, you have 1.477 million. I'm just trying, it's a big number. What was the thought there? Is that
That's a different worksheet, Lauren.
it's tab 3B.
Let's see. I need to look at that line again. The reserve data
This is the reserve data.
on 2027. Is that the number?
This is, you're on PMPP. I went the reserve data.
So you're talking on buildings, 1.477 million in 2027. Is that the question?
That's what I was curious.
Yeah.
What's the thought?
I don't think we attached those supporting documents, which we did last time. Yeah, I'm looking at Liza and Vince. We had a breakout on it, but it wasn't in your packet. So give us a minute, we'll pull it up.
Okay.
I think it was a combination of not just one building, but multiple.
Did you understand all?
So
of
the
it?
reserve expense is anything over $5,000 that lasts longer than 5 years is our definition of reserve item. So it's a combination of items across all of our buildings that added up to 1.477 million.
So, sure. This is yours.
Okay, if we're looking at 2027,
Right.
maintenance building bathroom refurbish, warehouse metal roof replace, that's a big one, 1.4.
That's the one.
Heater replacements, not too much. Metal surface recoat, not too much. Yeah, the big one is the warehouse metal roof replace at 1.4.
And that was the, I mean, because there was, this is the maintenance building,
Warehouse.
the warehouse building. Oh, yeah, that's, and
So
then-
we're doing the fire suppression system this year, and then the next big project was to replace the whole roof.
the whole
Right.
roof on that. Okay,
And we are chasing leaks on that thing right now, as it
Okay.
is.
okay. Then the next hangars, you have, again, a big bump of 540 in 2027, and otherwise it's, in the 250 range. What made it?
The big, jumping around a bit there. Yeah, the big hangar repair items for 2027, that's the question?
Yeah, for 540?
Right. The biggest one there is replacing doors on hangar G. And siding, sorry, siding and doors. Yeah, okay, electrical upgrade on B row as well.
In B-row. Was this, how you showed us a single point of failure on many of the doors?
Right.
Is that part of this 540?
That is
as well?
not part of this,
So we're
no.
not even addressing that single point of failure?
No, not in this summary.
That's too bad. Those concern me a lot.
Right.
What the siding and the door in the G-row, what is that is so much more critical than a single point of failure on a heavy door?
Right. I think we're still in decision-making about the best course of action there, whether or not we go with chains for now and watch it, or actually start the replacement of the mechanical devices.
Okay, because you were estimating like 300, 400,000 on that.
Right,
for-
if we swapped out all the transmissions. So it's a question of how long those hangars are intended to last, which is not something we've answered yet.
Okay. Then the fleet, 342,000 in 27 and 29. I mean, this is, kind of pre-budget, but I'm trying to understand.
We don't have much going on in 27 except for the backhoe. That's a California CARB requirement replacement.
Okay.
So that's the last of our big three replacements. And then 29, what are we looking at? Flatbed, one of our flatbed vehicles is timing out. It's about 12 years old now.
Okay, and that cost that much for a flatbed?
200,000, yeah.
The balance is the payments for the grader and the loader.
Pardon me?
The balance is the payments for the loans for the grader. And
Oh, the other loans, because, okay, that grader, okay. And catch up past year's non-completed reserves, the 950 each year. What are you thinking of with that?
What's the question again, please?
The last line, catch up past year's non-completed reserves, you've got 950 in
right.
every year.
That was all the things from about 2020 to today that haven't been done. We just sort of spread them out over future years. That's what that is. So there's a number of things in the reserve plan that just didn't get done.
it begs two questions of terms of, again, I always come back to Chevy or Cadillac. And yeah, it's a bummer that we didn't get anything, it looks like we didn't get any of it done in 2026. I mean, I'm an infrastructure, take care of our materials, but we didn't do any of it in this year in our budget.
Isn't this just
No, we
a
got things done this year.
This is just a savings
I'm not ready to
account.
talk to all the things we did this year that line up with the reserve plan, but we've been chipping away at it.
So did we spend about $950 on catch-up reserves this year, or how much?
Probably not 950,000, no.
But, okay.
So, Mary, it's just moving money into a savings account, right? We're just putting money into reserves.
It's just identifying a cost that we should have borne in the past that we should address in the future.
Right.
Not necessarily spending it.
Not necessarily
Allocate-
spending it, yes.
Allocating it, moving it from
If we were to spend it.
operating expenses to a savings account.
To
which is-
reserve, and we're holding reserves at like $2.5 million a year, right? Was that kind of the idea?
Per policy minimum, yes.
Yeah, and are we spending most of that down, or are we
We will be.
Vince is doing a great job at staying on track with our
up
reserve
with
spending.
stuff? Okay,
That's what the other sheet was for, is it takes into account some of that reserve spending.
this one there.
This one here.
Okay, I'll look at that, because I was, okay. And then in terms of the pavement management plans, you've got some apron work in here based on, we did this apron at 5 million and we paid for it. And then according to the PMP, it's got 2 more sections of apron being done. And it's only 1.7 million, and then later at 3 million in 2029, so it'll be more than that. It comes back to a question you asked once was, do we really have to make everything on the apron capable of holding a heavy? This is the question. I mean, can we charge differential rates if they want to park up here on our new asphalt as compared to, sorry, you can't park here, you have to park somewhere else? This idea of generating income on our apron and how much we want to improve. Are we improving this airport to a point where we're going to see more and more heavies? And is that what we want? Or do we make choices to say, we don't have to do everything in Brandley's dream job? Because Brandley, we don't even pay for Brandley, just so you know. He gets paid through the FAA, except for when we didn't take the FAA money. So Brandley does an analysis, and his analysis is to the design aircraft. Well, the design aircraft's getting bigger. Well, do we have to do that? That's the question. And that's the Chevy versus Cadillac versus a Maserati. What do we want this airport to look like?
I get that question, but right now, that's not the question.
Well, it's your question it is in terms of planning for a PMP. It is a question that you need to be thinking of for the future, because these things are put in here as if we're going to spend it.
It'll probably be twice that much by the time we get to 2029.
That's
And
right.
at some point, we should think about concrete, which I mentioned to
Exactly.
Greg a while back. But right now, it's just, do we like this document? Or do we want any changes on this document?
This is what
It's a
he's going to be
placeholder.
building the budget off of for next
It's a
year.
placeholder for 3 years from now, or 2 years from now. The 3 million for the apron reconstruction.
Thinking ahead. Those were them. Thank you. And that's.
Yeah, and just to echo our previous comment is that we are working with Brantley to update the PMP numbers, pavement management plan numbers, and what our ARP ask and submission that I'll be bringing the board this fall as part of the budget process. We're working on updating those to review those very issues you're talking about, Barry.
So nothing further on this item?
I'm good.
You're good on that item? Okay, now we'll start the number 4, policy instruction 110. So in the last meeting, the board asked that this be added to this agenda for discussion on this. Just to frame this, I just have some kind of upfront questions about this. It's not, it was this, the way it's written now was recently approved by this board. Because my signature's on it, so it was while I was here, like in February or something. We've had some concerns from folks about this, not just on the board. And in my understanding of this is it's a policy that's actually been on the books for going back to Kevin days. Where, if it's okay with the board, where I'd like to start with is, if there's a legal issue, why we didn't flag it when we approved it. That's one question. And the secondary is, if we have other issues about it, why have we had it for so long? And that would maybe, I mean, it predates Rob, so you can't maybe answer that. Maybe Lauren could answer it from the HR perspective, how we handled this in the past. And after having it on the books for so long, why now has it become a thing? I would just like to have that concept of, like, just so that we know what our goal is for what we're trying to decide right now.
You want me to answer the first
Yeah,
question?
if you could, Josh.
Yeah, there's no legal issue with the policy as drafted.
Okay. Is there a legal concern with the policy as drafted?
This is a complete policy question for the board as to whether you would like to have this type of merit program, and if you do, the specifics of it, but there is no legal issue with the language as drafted.
Okay. So Lauren, going back into Kevin days, and I'm asking you just because of the HR aspect of what this is, I don't remember getting monthly reports about this. So I think we were not doing that. And then we start doing that, and now it's an issue. From your perspective as HR, what are your concerns about this, or if you have concerns about this policy, what are those concerns, or what would your advice be for us?
It wasn't a widely used, it existed in a policy the entire time I've been here. So I don't have reference of like when it was added the last time. The policy instructions were, I think, renumbered and drafted. I don't know if Mary was probably here. So I don't have a reference of when it was added, but I have reference that it just wasn't utilized by Kevin.
It was used?
It was not utilized by Kevin. And
Bonuses.
I remember it being used 2 times and before January.
And,
Okay.
And it was, but yeah, because I can't ever remember seeing this in a board
Yeah.
book, ever.
But so from your perspective,
It was just rarely used.
Do you have any thought, so the policy's on the books. Do you have any recommendation for us as to how we would improve it, or how we would change it to be something that you think is better in terms of HR?
It's pretty vague. So it's, I would put more a definition of what exceptional means and what does sustained exceptional performance means. That's, my suggestion is, what is that definition? Just so employees, when they go back to this policy, they understand what that actually means, because that definition could be different by each director. Mm-hmm. And then how it's executed could be different by each director. And as an HR person who deals in risk, we have to address employees maybe having concerns about how it's being executed. So we can make this be better so it limits that type of questioning by employees about consistency, I guess.
And then on the concept of consistency, excuse me, in defining that, mm-hmm. Would this then be treated differently than a merit increase?
Yeah, we have a performance merit system that is defined. We have a program. We have a metric, we have scores, we have sections. If someone has a score and falls within a range, that equals the percentage of the merit increase that the employee gets. So there's no, it's well defined.
Okay.
And the employees know it and the directors know how to utilize it.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I think you can make it better, and there's other examples from other agencies that have a bonus program that, you know, Liza and I discussed earlier today, that it's more defined. So it's up to you of how defined you want to make it and how cumbersome you want to make it.
And would the board like to know those examples before, or would you like to just start asking questions?
If the work's already been done and we have a best practice that we could reference, that seems like a great starting point.
I agree with that. Are we discussing this now, or are you still?
No, I'm just thinking if they have examples, maybe they could give us those examples and then we could have our discussion.
While we're here, let's talk a little bit about it.
Yeah. No, do you have those examples now? That's what I'm saying. So if we could get them right now to frame our discussion.
Yeah. That's a good call.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at the text. It's like, this is the merit base. This is the 1.5% of the 5 million. So it's 75,000.
That's not what this is.
That's not.
This is a one time, you did a great job yesterday, you went above and beyond, here's $500.
So it's not in policy 110 at all. So this policy 110
Actually, no.
addresses.
It's section 23 of policy 110.
I'm looking.
It's on the screen right now under exceptional merit cash payment program.
What I'm trying to understand is, okay, in the budget of every year, in 2026, it was 3% of all the salary, so that's 150,000. This year, it's going to be 1.5% maybe, but it's 75,000. That is the GM's discretion to give out merit bonuses. That's historically what it's been. Am I out of lunch? I mean, that's how I've always understood it.
That's how I understood it as well.
You understood what?
I understood the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is our budget draft, how we talked about it. For 2026, there was a 2% COLA and a 2% merit salary. So 2% of the 5 million salary is $100,000. That is GM discretion to distribute as you see fit. That's what I understood. But but you're saying it's something different.
No,
I
what
think
we're saying is that's exactly what it says. Why we're here is because it was brought up that now there's a concern about it. And so what I was trying to frame at the beginning of this was what our goal for this was, in terms of, like, if we are going to change this, what are we going to change it to so that people are comfortable with this? Because it has been on the books like this for a very long time.
And this isn't salary.
It's what it is.
No, what this is up here,
This is merit.
that's a merit bonus, but
Merit cash payment
the
program.
salary is the increase in salary based on the merit on your twice yearly evaluation. That's my understanding of it. I could be wrong.
I always thought when I would see it in here for the last ever many years, when it said 2%, it was ever COLA, if it was 3% or 4% COLA. And
These are salary increases. This is a one-time.
One-time.
One-time cash
Okay.
payment.
Okay,
Right.
that's
No,
good.
I think you're all saying the same thing, but Mary, you're asking, the 1.5% we just talked about with Liza, that was the merit portion of the,
Which will be 75,000.
this is in that pot. That's where, I'm assuming that's where you book it. Is that where you book it?
Correct.
Is that right?
I think there
I
are
mean-
two different things, right?
Yeah.
So there's what you're talking about is the merit increase that's budgeted at 3%.
Which
or
is a
whatever it
salary
is.
increase, not a bonus.
That's an annual review twice a year, and whatever that score is, that's what That's what a merit increase is.
And that's
then
the
so this
salary
is
thing.
another sort of pot or bucket or whatever you want to call it of funds for that first paragraph of, hey, you did something really great today. Here's $500. Or, you know, the air show was a good example in our last breakdown, right? A lot of people got a spot bonus, call it whatever you will, but you did a great job and put in extra effort above and beyond your regular job duties. Here's $500 for the effort you put in for the air show. So they're kind of two different things we're talking about. And
Two different methods, but the same line item in the budget.
the bonus is, either bonus goes into salary. The $75,000 that I think you're referring to is it's called employee relations, I think, and that's for things like the Christmas party and we're going to the Aces game in a couple of weeks and that type of a thing. So
Where this comes from, this spot bonus comes out of that?
It
No.
does not, because it's
Okay.
taxable. So it's wage essentially.
So it's out
That's
of the
where it's at.
1.5% merit
It's in wages?
on the budget.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily budget it separately as a line item in salary because it tends to be part of what that budget bucket is because there's always room. We're always under budget. From what I've heard over the past few years, we're always under budget in salary based on vacancies and positions and so forth. So there's a savings inertly in the budget and salary. And so that if there's a spot bonus, we're not going to do any spot bonus that brings us over and above the salary budget. So it's within that bucket.
And Mary, if you're asking for where the merit-based salary adjustment is located in 110, it's in 21C, the discussion of how the evaluation and annual salary adjustment process is handled. Now, we might be able to clarify it because that's how I read the policy in distinguishing between the two.
So,
1C, you got,
no, I'll wait till she's done.
And that's a new approach that we implemented a little over 3 years ago when there wasn't an approach like this before on the merit annual.
So
adjustments.
these cash spot bonuses have been going on for 3 years?
No, I'm talking about the merit evaluation methodology being evaluated twice a year to achieve a score that is rate your merit increase based on a scale. That's a new program that's been established here over the last several years. The existing spot merit exceptional performance program has been the same program that's on the books,
Just not implemented.
implemented differently by different GMs.
Started January in your tenure, correct?
No, I've implemented it when I first got here, just in different levels.
So, are you finished? I didn't want to interrupt.
Go ahead, I'm confused, but I'll just follow along, maybe I'll catch up.
We all saw the public comment. And I just wanted to say for the record, like, when Kat brought this up last week at our open meeting, or closed, I don't know if it's open or closed. It must have been open.
It was open.
This public comment is what I wish I could have articulated at the time, but I didn't have the words to think about it. The concerns that are brought up in here concern me as well. Transparency, measurable, how does any given employee, if they like reach for the ring, how do they know what the measure of that is? So I would like to see that. And the other thing is, it's supposed to be reported to us monthly, and that hasn't happened, and, you know, that's on you, but it needs to be reported to us monthly.
So previously it was reported to you by email in order to avoid putting individual names on a board agenda item, which I think creates different animosity around people getting exceptional bonus permission and not getting it. Generally, companies don't publish that kind of information, just like we don't publish individual merit increases either. So I think that is a methodology that I approached by emailing the board and notifying you of merit increases that hasn't been recognized by the board. I realize that, but I was doing that. This last month, I published all of it. I said, transparency, you want transparency? What the policy says, we'll do that. And now it has created additional feedback to the board by folks who maybe didn't get a merit increase. A spot bonus for exceptional work based on the evaluation of the directors or myself. That's reality in any organization.
And the other thing too is I think there's an expectation in the policy language that it will be reported recent in time to when it was given, but it doesn't actually require monthly. It just says, all merit cash payments will be reported to the board as part of an agenda item at a regularly scheduled public meeting. Not the next public meeting or,
Oh, that's pretty loose.
agreed. And that may be a recommendation for you to consider tightening it, but the policy as drafted technically doesn't require monthly reporting of these payments.
Okay,
So from a legal perspective, are we obligated to report this in a public meeting as opposed to Rob just sending an email to the board?
We are not. So there is no obligation for us to report these payments in a public meeting. This is 100% a creature of your policy. How, the one, and Rob and I talked about this before the meeting, the one way that this information is publicly reported is if we get a PRA request for it, right? So if we get a Public Records Act request for current salary, just these payments, whatever it is, 100% of public record, including attaching it to the individual who received it. And we would respond to that, but we have no affirmative obligation to report this outside of when we receive a request.
that does not mean that we shouldn't, for transparency.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm framed my comments at the beginning of this item when I got the question from President Diamond is legally there's not a problem, but that doesn't mean from a policy perspective this board may wish to impose additional requirements or different requirements, however you'd like to handle it.
And so would we, if we felt that it was imperative to report this in a public meeting, would we not extend that to regular merit increases? Why do we not name those?
And all salary information is reported in the California Controller's website as well, and it's searchable by billet, not by name.
But what I'm talking about is like
Yeah.
in our public meetings, why would this
We
be?
don't have a policy that says that.
Or that's what I'm asking,
Yeah.
the board here. It's like if we feel that there's a necessity to report this, but we don't report the merit increases by staff member.
Well, we don't, that table last week was not by member name. There were no names on it.
It's effectively named.
Well,
It
yeah,
was position
yeah.
generally, and I think, me, I'm all for transparency. We should talk about everything in public. That's how I feel about it. Yes, this should be reported, and at a minimum quarterly.
So would you extend that also to the regular
Sure.
merit increases?
Yeah, I mean, it's in when we do the salary study. We can't do it by name.
Can I just point out, in terms of privacy, if you want to do the spot one, I'm not acting as a board member, but I think this is important to understand. The spot one I totally get. If you do a year-end merit for transparency, I totally understand it. For the employee, if someone does really good, great. If there's another employee that didn't get a good merit increase, it's telegraphing to everyone they didn't do so well. And in terms of names, even if we don't do it by name, often there's only one director of operations.
Yeah.
There's only one director of aviation. Effectively, because we only have 25 employees, we're stating,
Yes.
yeah, Jeff got this, Vince got this. So I don't think it's appropriate.
I feel that on I think it would be reasonable to say in the last quarter, X number of dollars were given out as employee bonuses. For confidentiality reasons with the employees, that is something that may be shared with the board if the board wants to see that, but not made public for that exact reason. I do feel like and I think, Lauren, you hit on this at the beginning, you kind of invite that frustration or that animosity. Then we are reporting the expenditure, but we're not assigning the expenditure to anything that is traceable to an individual. I would support that. Because I agree, it's like we don't have 20 directors of operations, so it's like we know when Vince gets a bonus, and we know when Liza gets a bonus, and we know when Jeff gets a bonus, it's like we know this. So we can't really obscure that. But at that point in time, would you be okay with that? Because you're reporting the fiscal impact.
I think you're way ahead of it. I think we need to go back to what are the measurable metrics that somebody can reach for.
No, and I think we can get to that, but I'm trying to dissect this into the individual concerns. that one individual concern we have is the reporting, and then we can talk about if there's a metrics issue here. And then the other note that I had here was just what other agencies are doing, which it sounds like they've got some information on that to guide this. But what do you think, Kat? It's here because you asked.
I have a lot of thoughts.
Yeah.
I think reporting or not reporting, I agree with Jeff. I think it's if we publish merit, it all gets reported to the state, but the state is like a year and a half to 2 years behind. And so if you go on Transparent California, you can see what everybody was making at this point at 24, I think.
Yeah.
And so it's not so current that I don't think other staff are going back and, he did this percentage more. I mean, it's just a lot of work.
Right.
If we do that, I think it does give too much information and invite some, bad feelings about it. So I don't think that's really appropriate. I think as far as reporting these merit cash payments, I think, I don't know this for sure. The way I read it, and then the way I've always read it is how Rob used it last spring when the finance department kind of blew up and left, and Laura, who's not even a full-time employee, just, really put her nose to the grindstone, spent a ton of hours, helped Heather get on board, she was instrumental in keeping things going there. And she got a $5,000 bonus, which I think is above reproach. I don't think anybody could argue with that. It was exceptional performance over a sustained period of time. And that's how the policy is written. And so I think as far as these spot bonuses, whether they're reported or not to the board, I think staff talk to each other. And I think that a lot of staff know that this guy got 100 and this guy got 100. And I think, within the aviation department for the air show, possibly there was a conception that everybody put in a lot of extra work, and yet there were 3 employees who didn't get a bonus. And I think that probably feels pretty awful to those employees. And they know that because of this, for the reporting, but also because they talk to each other. And so I think, and then going back to the metrics, then the person who doesn't get it said, well, what could I have done better? That doesn't make you feel good about your job or yourself in your job. I think it really diminishes morale overall. And my solution is just get rid of them altogether.
So you're saying
just
so
Yeah.
clear, if we didn't have the per position reporting, you think that if somebody got $1,000 bonus, that person would then go tell other people, hey, I got a $1,000 bonus?
Well, it looks
there's-
like most of the people who got 1,000 were directors, and they probably wouldn't tell their other people. But I think, for instance, Liza gave a couple of nice bonuses to Heather and Laura, and those were, I'm sure, warranted. I think they did a ton of work on the air show, and that's exceptional because it's not really part of their job description. But what's Liza's decision to give them $250? I can't remember exactly, $250. But Jeff is giving, and I'm just spitballing here, I don't remember. Maybe Jeff gives 100 here or 500 there. There's no consistency across departments. So I think everybody worked really hard on the air show from what I could tell. Mm-hmm. And it concerns me that there's no metric, if you meet this benchmark, say, hours spent or how far off of your job description you went. I just don't know how it's all measured, and I think whenever nobody knows how it's measured, then you're wondering, why he got more than I did, or why I got more than he did, or.
So right now, it's an item that's budgeted, that we approved. It's a policy we approved, but, and right now it is a subjective policy, right? So
Very subjective.
It's, so Rob can make those, and Liza or Jeff, or like the directors can make those decisions.
Right.
So what if I'm trying to summarize this because we're, for time reasons, I think what you're saying is that if we have a policy like this, that it should be based on objective criteria, not based on a subjective.
Correct. And I also feel like, in just going back to Lauren talking about risk, and I don't know what the gender makeup is on the O&M department, but say there was a woman who saw all the men around her getting a bonus and she didn't. This is hypothetical. Does she have a case for making a complaint that she was discriminated against because she was a woman? And what kind of documentation does Vince have, or Rob have, or any of us have to prove her wrong? So I'm concerned that there's not only the objectification, the metric, but also the documentation for the transparency, and to just cover ourselves.
Right. On the other programs that you looked into, are they based on objective criteria? I can't hear either of you, I'm sorry.
Up here.
We
Right
just
here.
started looking into this last night. This was an attempt, this was a quick and dirty draft of an attempt to kind of put some thoughts together into how to start creating an objectifiable metric in which to, how you define or how to calculate the amounts for bonuses. So there are a few different examples here. Either it's tied to, if you go down just a bit, where am I? Here. So you could do it, I mean, and again, this is nothing firm. These are just ideas that we threw out today. Based on tiers, based on what level you are in the company management, general staff, so forth. Is it calculated? Is it just a flat amount, or is it a percentage of salary? Or you could do it just based on, it doesn't matter who you are, it's the level of exceptional work you did and how is that defined. So, an attempt to tie some amounts to a certain amount, to a certain definition of exceptional kind of a thing. I think at some level, it's going to have to be a subjective definition of exceptional, right? I mean, really, the bottom line is, are you going above your job duties in your job description? And then, what is that? So in the air show, someone spent Saturday doing a whole bunch of extra work. That's one thing. And then someone spent, Thursday doing a bunch of work, Friday doing a bunch of work, Saturday doing a bunch of work. So, each circumstance, I think, it's not going to be clear cut. It's going to be hard to make a definitive objective. This is X, so then Y.
Right.
But I think we can create, and again, we have not talked about this as a group, but something like this where we can define it more than it is right now, because right now, as it's written in the policy, it's totally subjective.
So you had there were two things in there. One, you were talking about percentage of salary, and the other one, you were talking about 3 levels of over and above on that. I don't know what the rest of the board, I think the 3 levels of over and above are maybe better, because that way you're not always like, hey, my salary cap, there's no point, I'm never going to get a good bonus because I'm always way down here. And I kind of think like when you're talking about over and above, it doesn't matter where your salary is, you were over and above, and that I think I don't know if the board would agree with this, but I think capping a bonus structure on current salary range is maybe unfair to folks who are making less money, because they might, especially in our line of work, they might be the ones who are actually doing the most exceptional over and above for something like an air show. If they're out, like you were saying, if they're out there all day, whatever. So, I mean, as an introductory structure for that, I mean, the level 1, level 2, level 3, and then you're saying that we would then give some parameterization around what each of those levels was. And then
That's
when
the
a bonus
subjective
was
part.
given, there would be a justification for why it fit level 2 or level 3. And that would be the documentation. Is that what we're talking about?
Not what I'm saying. I haven't.
No, I'm talking
Okay.
about with Liza.
Yeah, I mean, those levels 1 through 3, even the descriptions there, you can't ever get that to a final state of this is how it is. And I mean,
Right.
right, you can do the best we can and we can define them more and here are the parameters for level 1, level 2, level 3. But yeah, I mean, at some point it's still a discussion with, if I want to give my staff a bonus, I'm still going to say, you know, this is what happened. Does it fit within this parameter? Boss, Rob, right? I mean, so it's still, yeah, I mean, at some level, it will still have to be a discussion and some sort of subjective
Right.
into that game. We can make it better than it is, for sure.
And what what I'm hearing, which I think is what Kat was talking about, at least at that point, there is a documented justification for how you got to that decision.
Right, and the merit bonuses we did, say for the air show, there is a documented reason. On every single
Okay.
one that was given out, we do have a change form that's in their file, and there's a definition, a write-out of why it was paid, what they did. But yeah, we can definitely make those definitions much better.
I think that sounds reasonable. What does everybody
Where,
else?
is this something you made up, or what, that came from somewhere else, or what? Is
Yeah,
this-
Lauren and I had, between last night for 5 minutes, and then today, we put together just some thoughts on this just today. So this was really not for your eyes. It's just a draft, but this is the ideas that we were talking about.
Directionally, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
So,
To your point, Mary, in the 26 budget, it is not defined outline in the budget. This is a bonus dollar amount. For 27, we can do that. Right now, it's just built into the lump sum for salary.
Oh, it's
But
just-
for 27, we can call it out if you want.
it's just in 60001.
Yeah.
It's just in there as, and it's like 3% of the overall, or it was
It's not even, it wasn't even a calculation. It was just,
it was
It's-
$50,000, it was 100,000 of,
it's an attrition amount basically off of salary because we don't ever hit that salary number between salary and holidays taken and sick taken and PTO taken. All that's a big bucket. So within that amount, it's not even a defined $50,000. It's just in that bucket amount of dollars. But going forward, I can budget that out so it's clear.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so that kind of just begs the question of, that begs the question of, we never hit the budget, right? I mean, the payroll budget, you say that there's enough room in it that we never really hit it. So are we not, in terms of budgeting, are we being unrealistic in terms of budgeting, that there's room in there for 100,000, 200,000? I mean, you know, shouldn't the budget sort of be targeted? And then if you need more, come back for more?
Well, the budget is based on definitive calculations. And
You know what I'm saying?
right, and it is budgeted that way, but we also budget for perfection. Everybody is in their position all year long and nobody leaves. And there's no turnover of seasonal folks before the season ends and before we budget them. And it doesn't ever play out like that, but we budget for perfection. That's why there's always this attrition amount where, at least in 26, this is how I viewed it. I don't know how it was done before me. It might have been budgeted differently, but the amounts that were given out are not that great. There's not a $50,000 or $100,000. It's fairly minimal. So the numbers live within that big bucket. And going forward, we'll still likely budget on perfection, because if we have perfection, we don't want to be over budget. But we can call them out going forward.
that would seem appropriate to budget for real, you know, and then.
Well, it is still
separately.
budget for real. The point is, relative to the other spend, these
Right.
items are very small.
Right.
So they get washed out in the noise of other changes to the
Right.
docs.
So what are your thoughts on the policy here?
I'll go.
Okay, you go. Anybody who still has a microphone.
I actually, it's been in existence forever. If you go up to the top, it's been revised 10 times, right? This piece of it historically hasn't been used very often. In some years, probably not at all. I think I would agree with Kat that we should just get rid of this spot bonus piece. It hasn't been used enough for anyone to even miss it. You know what I mean? It's been reported publicly once, and it created this whole hoopla. And it's what, year to date, maybe $2,500? Like, it's not even that much. Maybe 10 grand? It's not that much. And I would prefer to stick to simply the metrics of the twice a year reviews and the ongoing merit increase. I don't see the value in this for the cost, the disruption in the staff, the subjectivity of it, the potential interpretation of it. It doesn't make sense to me, and it historically hasn't been done, and I'm not trying to take something away that's been there forever, but it just doesn't seem like it has. Policy, yes. Practical application, no.
Right,
Is that where you're?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Where are you?
Yes.
Is that dead?
well, Ed.
Said no one ever.
I just added it up, it's about a little over 12,000.
Yeah, oh my god. I'll second that, or I'll third that in this instance.
So you also want to just camp?
I'm open to the possibility of further exploring, best practices in the space. I think this is a very normal thing in the private world, but in the public world, it's creating a lot of headache. I think there's benefit for these types of things, but there's also risks. And right now we're looking at that pros and cons list, and it feels pretty heavily weighed on the con. I think there is a lot of value in getting to give people a bonus for great work and exceptional performance. That's motivating for people, especially when you're having housing difficulties and you really busted your tail for a big effort. Like, I think that is valuable. Maybe it's something we could revisit down the line when we had a little bit more time to look at it. But right now, the simple solution is to bake those performances into an end of year performance report and an associated bonus at that time. That's definitely the simplifying way to handle this. Or that's how I feel about it at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree that, it, and definitely you don't want to publish something like this. To me, I've never seen it in 20 years, and I can only see how it has added angst, and it's all in for the whole year, rough add, it's $12,000. And causing that much angst and potential bad blood, and the risk, like you say. I come from private, and it's a different world, and the risk is greater in public.
It might be a majority, but I'm going to say what I think. I think we have a roadmap for improving this. If we coupled those three levels, something that is documentable, defensible, and we limit the public reporting to a general sum quarterly, I think we address all of these concerns. So I would respectfully ask my fellow board mates to reconsider it through that lens. That we had specific concerns about this, and I think we've got a roadmap to addressing each of the specific concerns. So I'm not sure why the outcome would have to be that we just get rid of it.
So,
How's this handled at the town?
I have no idea. I'm not involved with HR at the town.
okay, respectfully, oh,
I can't speak to what the town does, I can just speak to what other agencies I work for do. And Rob and I talked about this. These types of programs are pretty unusual in the public sector, I think, for a lot of the reasons that we just talked about. The only other entity that I could think of that I work with that has this types of program does an end-of-year performance bonus that's tied to the evaluation. So in addition to getting a merit adjustment, you get a one-time cash payment based on where you landed on your rating.
Who does that?
It's a water district in the Sacramento area, Citrus Heights Water District.
So, David, I hear you. I am still in favor of ditching it now, and if you want to reinstate it later, bring us something to think about and agree on. But we're in sort of a backed into a corner position right now. That's how I feel about it. And I'm still firmly in the, we should stop this right now camp.
David, question for you. Would an end of year performance bonus, which I believe we currently have on the tool belt, is that correct? No? We don't have it at the end of the year. Okay.
Well, don't we have twice a year merit opportunities with reviews?
Year-end cash bonus for employees. That's the board of directors.
It's not a bonus.
It's
So
just a
that's
merit
an
increase.
evaluation. It's a performance evaluation. This would be like an end-of-year performance bonus would be on top of that,
Very
essentially as a
subjective.
one-time payment.
I'm not really interested in that personally, but that's not what's on the table. Right now, I want to get rid of it. That's my firm.
Josh, is an end of year performance bonus more common? You said that one.
That's the only
That one
agency I can
district.
think of that does a performance bonus. I would say most agencies, they'll do skill pay or they'll do other
Yeah.
adjustments, but they'll do merit-based salary adjustments, but one-time cash payments or bonuses, in my experience, are relatively rare.
So does that mean this policy needs to be rewritten without that paragraph?
That depends on the board's direction. I think, based on at least the majority direction, it would be bringing a version back that removes that paragraph. If the board would like to consider President Diamond's request, then it would be probably bringing some options back for you to discuss.
And I'll say as general manager, having this provision in there to recognize, we're talking about recognizing exceptional performance, whether it was last year, individuals filling in a role, or it was somebody several years ago, it was carrying the weight of the air show, who's not here anymore, one-time spot bonus, or if it's the air show this year, it's unusual for us to run the air show. I appreciate having a mechanism to recognize excellence in performance on the spot, exactly when it happens. It's not a lot of dollars, but it's a great recognition of the extra effort that's gone into those individuals. And it seems a shame that we would dissipate or get rid of a program based when it seems like folks who are not performing or are not getting bonuses that perhaps have concern with this, or the board was not in the decision-making loop individually or collectively because you delegated that authority to your general manager and my directors, who have extensive experience in this sector and recognize performance when it happens on the spot. So I just say, if it goes away, I appreciate having it. If it stays, we will continue to utilize it as it's been utilized in an exceptional way to recognize exceptional performance, and that's the only way it's been used.
I'm thinking about what Josh says, and I'm thinking about risk in a public agency and how it can be misused. And I still am of the opinion of having it gone. Because public is different than private.
Okay. There's three. I'm sorry. I guess we need to get a new version of 110.
We'll redraft a new version of that with that provision gone for the next regular board meeting, and I'll inform the employee team once the board makes a final decision on that, that'll no longer be available to them.
All right, thank you. Do we have any board member announcements? Okay.
Nope.
Next meeting, August 26th, 4:30 PM in this room. Motion to adjourn?
Seconded.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thanks, everybody.